see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Hey little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Little Miss Sharon welcomed everybody in and says breathe fire on that like button. Thank you little Miss Sharon. And hey Dawn Emery, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Also Lori, so good to see you Lori. And Linda Hall, thank you for hitting the like button Linda Hall. And Mama, good to see you. So good to see you guys. Hey, Ann Reynolds. Oh, I'm so sorry that you're not feeling good tonight, Ann. My goodness, I'm telling you guys, it's getting to that season, that time of year this year. I was thinking about our friend Carla too. Hey, Daisy Duke, good to see you. Also, Linda Hall. Oh, I got you, Linda Hall. But anybody that puts green hearts always gets a double shout out. And so does Seahawk. Good to see you, Seahawk, and thank you for the green hearts and prayer hands. And thank you, Lori, for hitting that like button. And Denise Harris, good to see you. Hey, Twists and Turns, lovely to see you. And Kiki, oh, Kiki, I know today has been such a busy day, right? In true crime, it's just lots of stuff going on. A big buzz around this recent, well, there was a school shooting, and also there was a shooting at a college campus, right? Um, where there was a young man, 31 years old, Charlie Kirk. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard, but a, a gunman took his life. And so the details are still really hazy, but definitely go and check out our live stream that we did. It was MMO Tarot and Astrology for Mystics with Jen. So Leanne and Jen, awesome gals. We had a really good conversation and just, really just talking about every aspect of of that case, right? Politically charged, religiously charged, you name it, we were talking about it. So important to have those conversations. And I know they can be really tough, but when the situation arises, I think that we should be talking about it, especially a young man losing his life. It's just so senseless, tragic, preventable, the whole 9 yards. So, and Denise Harris says, Sheriff Snuggle Struggle, crad dick. Hello, Denise. I'll tell you, I mean, none of this stuff in the Sebastian Rogers case is normal, Denise. I really don't think it is. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. And Lori, thank you so much. Aw, thank you, Lori. Kiki says, I'm so tired. I can't rock out tonight. I know, Kiki. And that's the problem because here I'll drink coffee and then I'll be wired for sound, because I'll be drinking way too much coffee. Hey, Andrea. Good to see you. Good evening, Blast. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Joe was with us earlier, Andrea. I'm looking for Joe too. He loves to give me hell. He's so funny. He really just loves to lay it on thick. But no, again, I'm interested in hearing different points of view, so I always find that to be fun and interesting. Hey, Cece, good to see you. You've been hiding out from the internet today. Oh, I know. Well, it's been pretty crazy. I've not been on X very much. Um, I have to say that. Andrea says, I don't blame you. I don't blame you, right? It's like, where's the happy place? Definitely not online today. Oh yeah, Kiki, just get in a nice hot bath, right? Bubble bath. Yes, get some me time. Hey, perfectly imperfect boy mom, good to see you. Good to see you. And I did send that over to Jen too, because I wanted her to take a look at that. That was wild. I still haven't had a chance to look into that completely yet, what you said. Um, Ooh, grilled bacon cheeseburgers, red smashed potatoes, and peas. Wow, that sounds like a heck of a dinner. Oh my gosh, Denise. Yay. Thank you, Andrea, for the green hearts. You guys, yeah, the shootings. Yeah, we were talking about that. Hey, Detroit Rock City. Yeah, we were. We were really tragic, guys. And I did, to be honest with you, I did see and liked Chronicles of the Shady's post, but they were talking about, hey, nobody heard about the school shooting, and I didn't, honestly. And I was like, well, let me go look at that. Because it is scary that that's happening in the schools, and school just started back. I mean, I'm really at a loss with that. Tired of the political BS. I know, Andrea. And I just wish people would turn it off a little bit more. And I know, and be more in tune with what they're thinking. And Jen was really articulate with that and did a really good job of, putting that out there, as just, you know, think for yourself. Don't let things get too, um, muddied up in your brain from what they want us to think, kind of a thing. And I agree with that. I think it's good to look at all different sources and then consider, your own experiences. Denise says, I literally don't know what I did, but my pointer finger on my left hand, uh, I have it wrapped in duct tape. Oh no, did you kind of break it or sprain it? Oh, Popsicle sticks are a good way to make a splint if you have extra popsicle sticks laying around. I know sometimes we do from like crafting projects and stuff. Denise, I'm falling apart today. Poor Kiki. Oh my goodness. Oh, Chuchi, so good to see you. Chuchi says I'm feeling a little sad tonight. I know it. I mean, I will tell you, it was difficult reading over. Kind of when I was looking into Charlie. I didn't know who he was. To be honest with you guys, I mean, I understand he's a speaker, has a podcast, is political. But, either way, I just feel it's a very sad situation. Right. Yeah, funk been in a funk, Kiki says, and it does happen to all of us. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, I agree. And laughter is such a good, you know, defense mechanism. Michelle says, sometimes the best medicine is to turn off technology and go back with a candle, soft music, and Mr. Bubbles works like a charm. I agree, Michelle. Yes, just turn off everything and, regroup or go out for a nice walk in nature and try not to look at your phone. And I agree. Oh, it's my birthday and she is in heaven and my cat is not doing well. Oh, I didn't know it was your birthday, Chuchi. Good. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm so sorry your cat. Our animals are like our family members. I do look at it like that. I don't always think they're like kids, but then again they kind of are. Um, they have their little rivalries. They want to be the favorite. They want to be the favorite dog or cat, and they just brighten our day. Um, I lost my little pug, and actually, his name was Charlie. Um, and I miss him every single day. It has been a dark day today with Charlie and all. It has been, Lori. And when we can't get up and go in front of, look, he had a lot of people that followed him. I understand that there's been some controversy surrounding some of his statements, but I'll tell you guys, when you put yourself out there and you're in a position where you do have a platform and you do have people that listen to you, a lot of times you're being vulnerable and putting your own thoughts out there. Sometimes people are driving your thought process, don't get me wrong, but I think that anybody that has enough guts to get their ass up there and get on that podium or sit on that, chair and have a microphone and you have thousands of people watching, or I don't care if it's 50 people watching, that is absolutely vulnerable. And the only way that I can describe somebody that would go and shoot someone when they're talking, when they're you know just spreading their own opinions, right? And there's many people there to watch, says a lot. But that's a coward. It's a coward that does that. That's the only person that, or excuse me, that's the only thing that I can say for a person that would do something like that. And he like scaled the freaking wall and got up there and started sniping, and there were some kids, it sounded like kids, and I'm just assuming it because it's a college campus, but they did get a video of that guy up there. So it's just too bad there wasn't heightened security, more, risk assessment, especially because there were like really weird posts that came about that was saying that he was, you know, being targeted. It seems like he was targeted. And maybe he had that feeling. I don't know if he was getting hate mail. I don't know if it's an inside job. I don't know. The press conference was interesting, and we were all left kind of with the same, like, what on earth just happened feeling. So yeah, Chuchi, my mom. Oh, it's your mom's birthday and she's in heaven. Thanks, Chuchi. Well, happy birthday to your mom in heaven. I know how that feels. I do. I do. Sorry, I misread that, guys. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Ooh, Cece says that she's going kayaking tomorrow and unplugging. No service on the lake anyways, so that's good. That's fantastic, Cece. I think that is like one of the best things that I like to do to unplug is go into nature and, take a walk or um, just go to the beach. And I mean, I still play music and stuff on my phone and so um aw, Kiki says that her dad's been gone for a year. It's coming up. Hey, Mark Klein, good to see you. Green hearts and a cheers. Thank you. Yeah, and it is. It's so hard when we lose our parents. There's no I don't think there's any amount of time that you ever feel okay about it. I mean, for me, it was 2006 with my mom, and it just doesn't get easier. I just think back, I'm like, wow, it's been way too long. Like I've been without her for too long. So I get that somber feeling, Chuchi and Kiki, it's just not easy. And it just shows, life is so short, guys. That's what really I've been thinking about too. And I don't like to think of it like that because, you know, but it's true. I mean, one minute you're here, the next minute we're not. Um, and I just keep thinking about those beautiful little babies without their daddy tonight, and it just makes me so sad. And then I think about the wife without her husband, because that is absolutely sad, and nothing to be gleeful or joyful about. It is very dark. Uh, Daisy Duke says, my daughter came home today and told me she is a student of the month. Oh my gosh, see, wonderful. Oh, Daisy, that's fantastic. She's in kindergarten. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, I would be too. I'm proud of her too, actually. That's so cute. Yay, student of the month. Hey, starting the year out right. That's what I'm talking about. Um, and that's what the kids need to be worried about is things like that. Never, 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 never about who's going to be around the corner, who's going to be, I can't imagine what these kids go through. Some of the preparedness I've seen, um, on YouTube and stuff, right? Isn't that so sweet, Kiki? Or Cece? I love that. I love that. Lori says, "Ah, Daisy, good for you, or good for her." Uh, Daisy Duke, that's amazing from Kiki. Oh, Andrea, somebody threatened to pew poo me today because I said it's sad Charlie was unalived. I reported them. Oh my gosh, I would have too. I don't understand that. It should kind of be everybody coming together, right, on that. Like collectively it's wrong, right? Collectively that young person, whoever, it is, needed some help. You know what I mean? Needed some help, needed some it's always the disenfranchised youth that they use to carry this stuff out too. Or not always, but a lot of times it is, and it's sad. They shouldn't have to Kids should never have to be in a position where they feel like there's no way out or any of that. They should be living their life. Um, but it's hard to see when you're in it. Yeah, just to debate, Denise. It is. It's the vulnerability to just debate and not argue, just talking. And, you know, that's what Leanne was saying. She made such a great point too, where she said that she was on the debate team even. And, a good, healthy debate, people love watching that kind of stuff. If it was just always, yeah, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, yeah, that's boring, right? Because no new ideas come about. Everybody is staying very safe. But to put yourself out there and, be vulnerable, that's huge. That's huge. And to share your beliefs with somebody, and not stay in the safe spot is where we can find out new ideas and things. So just so wrong, right, Lori? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Everyone was coming into the live the other day. Um and everybody was just devastated. We were saying prayers for Charlie, and then all of a sudden we find out that he didn't make it. Um, Sorry, Chuji. Okay, I was like, I didn't know if I read it wrong or I know. It's just it's tough. That's the thing. Birthdays, um, all of that kind of stuff is a reminder. Christmas is coming up, things like that. Thanksgiving, just the holidays. I know there are certain things I just miss my mom making just food and stuff. Just it's little things like that. Ah, bless us, Daisy Duke. Congratulations to your daughter. That's awesome. Yeah, it is. And I just think it's so cute. Kindergarten is that's just such an adorable age, you know? Um, Camping to unplug is a good one, Denise. It is. It is. Yeah. I'm craving the beach. May have to make another trip to Florida this year. Yeah, Cece, absolutely. The beach is so nice. It is. Even to just sit by the water is really calming, and just feeling that breeze off the ocean is so nice. I like to just sit there and listen to the waves, really. Yeah, go into a cabin to unwind, definitely. Yes. Twists and turns, I think they're like 1 and 3. 1 year, the little girl is like 3, and I think the little boy is 1 year old. They're itty bitty little people. Let me show you guys a picture. I think I have one of is it this article? I was doing a crash course because I wasn't as familiar um, when I was invited up on the panel, and so I kind of wanted to, you know, go and check everything, check him out. Um, he and his wife seemed really close, like I heard that they may have even been there at the rally. Or it says the American comeback proved me wrong, right? Which sounds really fun. Like, I mean, I've said that too plenty of times on my show. And I think about, like, what if somebody just decided, oh, I'm just going to off Lady Freedom because I don't like what she said? Well, then don't listen to me. It's like the other day I had someone come in, and not to give them a whole bunch of, kudos. I know they do it for attention, but I mean, they were like, "Your show is stupid," or "Your this is so stupid," and I'm like, "Well, why don't you leave? Like, why are you here then?" Because if I go into a chat and I think to myself, "Okay, this is stupid," I just leave. I don't announce my departure. I don't make a big spectacle of myself. I just go, "Oh, okay, on to the next one," because at least that person's up there doing their thing, right? At least they have enough guts to get up there. And that's one thing that just as a creator, as somebody that comes up here and puts myself out there, uh, I would hate for somebody to do that and try to silence me just because they didn't like what I was saying. It takes a bigger, stronger person to come into a chat and say, you know what, Lady Freedom, I disagree with you, and here's why. Or it takes a really, big person to email me something and say, this is why I disagree with you, and here's some proof as to why, than it is just to come in and say, you're stupid. You know what I mean? It just shuts the conversation down. You obviously don't want to have a conversation with me. You just want to call me names and then, draw attention to yourself. So I honestly, I get how horrible this situation is because I can just picture myself. I probably wouldn't have the turnout that Mr. Charlie Kirk has, but I mean, it's just crazy to me that just because you don't like what this young man has to say, you're going to go after him. I mean, and kill him, you know? Aw. Oh my goodness, Denise, that's a young age too. Oh my goodness. Wow, that is such a long time ago, Mama. Oh my goodness, and very young. Wow. You're welcome, Daisy. Thank you for sharing that. That is so cute. I'm so happy. Oh, I miss my mama too, says Detroit. Sending you hug and love, Chuchi. Yes, yes. Yeah, and for all of you guys that still have your moms, you're so lucky. Give them a hug, extra hugs. I know, Lori, that really got me. Like, I know. And it did. I was like reading through it. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start crying now because this is so sad. And, he just seemed to be, a decent person. And, at the end of the day, like I said, even if I didn't agree with a single thing he's ever said, or he said something off color and I thought, oh, well, what a jerk, I still don't think he deserved what he got, no matter what. No matter what. Hey, Holly S., good to see you. And that's the bottom line. Because none of us would want to get up there and have that fate, right? Do you think or do you think with all evil in the news has helped spark everyone who just can't fathom the obvious in Sebastian's case? You know, that's a good question, Michelle. I don't know. Oh, Lori, I'm so sorry. See, I don't like my friends to be sad, and that's terrible. I do not like that. Oh, hey, wait, what says I heard there's millions understanding even better now that the world is crying out for help, and it's love versus hate. Love isn't taught, it's learned in my honest opinion. Yeah, I mean, I believe that, love can fix it all, right? I really do. I really do. Wait, what? And, and I think the world is crying out for help. I think a lot of times when these people do this kind of stuff, like even a 16-year-old doing this at the school in Colorado, right? I think that is a cry for help, right? But then he takes his own life. And so it's all for not, it's all for naught. Um, you know, yeah. Yeah, we need to start standing together. Of course, seclusion works for sure. Bonjour. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Mark Klein says security was shameful not to look up. I mean, I can't argue with that, especially because everywhere, like around the campus, you could see there were buildings and stuff. So, um, and that's what snipers do. And typically, they were in, even the kids that had filmed it was like, "Hey, what's that guy doing? He's laying on his stomach and stuff." And it's like, yeah, because he's like getting into the position. Now, I did make a post and I just kind of shared some things that I had learned off New York Post. Um, but they actually, oh, this is, I was making notes when I was talking with Jen and Leanne. So, yeah, so they recovered the rifle, right, in a wooded area right nearby where the shooter fled. They also got a footwear impression, they got a palm print, and they got forearm prints. And so if we think about the stance that a sniper would take, he would get down on the floor, he would get down and he'd be using that palm, to get down to the floor, and then he would use his forearms to aim the rifle, right? Um, Woo doggy. Let me show you guys this really quick. And this is from, and I mean 1993 to 2025, guys. And I just want to show you who they picked up as a suspect, or who they have their eyes on as a suspect. This is FBI Salt Lake City. So I mean, I'm trying to go after the best sources. Look, mainstream media isn't always where it's at. We've talked about that too. We were kind of talking about that um, as well with Leanne and Jen. Um, recognizing that we can't always rely on what we see and hear, right? Cece, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Oh, I do too, Denise. But with it being here, I don't know if there's like really camp spots here. Good morning, KJ Mac. Good to see you. So Oh, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says they were 3 and 18 months. Oh my gosh. They're little too. I couldn't find there was one that I pulled and I'll have to pull them in because I don't think it's on this site. I was looking and I'm like, where'd they go? Where's the little ones? They were really he and his wife were really good about, taking pictures of the babies when they weren't looking at the camera. So you can kind of see just like, little blondie, little cute baby girl and then a little boy. Uh, but they're babies. I mean, the saddest part is they may never remember their daddy. And ugh, guys, that's enough to make me cry. Right there, right there, because they're without him tonight, And how do you explain that to a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old? You don't. You shouldn't have to ever. Hey, Karen Powers, good to see you. You should never, ever, ever have to explain that to those babies. Where's my dad? Elisa P says, I'm so heartbroken over Charlie's assassination. I just can't even process it. And I am heartbroken for Erica and their beautiful children, as well as Charlie's parents and siblings. Their entire family are in my prayers. Well said, Elisa P. Thank you. And it's so absolutely heartbreaking. It really is. It really is. Um, Been a rough day, right, Kiki? I mean, oh my goodness. KJ Mack is also saying I had to take an internet break yesterday, go for a run, go down the river. I felt very affected that a person can no longer safely share their thoughts and have and have discourse safely in public. Well, and that's the thing. It's so healthy to go back and forth, really, even if it gets heated. I think it's okay. I don't think it should be something that we shy away from. I don't think we should get overly worked up just because someone doesn't see it the way we do. And I know it's hard, especially when it's like a hot button issue, like what we're talking about. You're never gonna please everyone is another thing that I really had to learn because if I'm pleasing everyone else, I'm not being true to myself. And if I'm not being true to myself, I'm being fake as it is, right? So it's kind of like finding that medium. Bless says hashtag Huckleberry. Right, Bless? I mean, and it's just like, it's so sad. And it's sad that we're reduced to this craziness. See, Taylor says he should have never been shit for expressing his belief, shot for, excuse me, for expressing his beliefs. And I 100% disagree with most of his beliefs and views. Yeah, see, Taylor, see, that's so well said. Like, it's one thing to disagree with someone, right? But it's another to be like, well, I'm going to make them be quiet, never talk again. It's not healthy and it's very close-minded and we don't get anywhere. We just don't even get anywhere doing that. Aw, Lori, I know. I know. It's terrible. No, they don't deserve it. I know that he's being brought to his family. They're flying out. Uh, they're flying him on Air Force Two, is what I heard. Oh, Karen Powers. Yes. I want to know. I just saw that Gallatin is having a vigil for Charlie Kirk, which I commended in their news station comments, and also suggested that Mr. Kirk wouldn't want them to have one for Sebastian too. Oh, would have wanted them to have one for Sebastian too. Karen, that is really interesting that you said that because someone sent me over something and since you brought it up, I think we should talk about it in order to kind of get some context on that. Um, So let me do that. Let me do this. Let me stop this for a second and let me pull this in. Let's see, because that's interesting that you said that, and someone sent this to me and said, "Well, what do you think of this?" You know, and I said, "Well, I don't know. Let's take a look." And I, was going to do a little bit more of a deep dive into it. All right, here we go. If I do this, okay, that's better. Okay. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay. Because it's talking about a community vigil, and I don't recognize some of this stuff. Let me save it to the drive. Guys, I don't want you to see my email thing. So let me put this in the drive, and I'll pull it from the drive. It's not that I don't want you guys to see it, but particularly some people might see. And here we go. All right. Okay, should I do that one first? No. Bear with me, guys. Oh, not that one. Okay. All right, there we go. So we have this. And let me just make sure we got it. Okay, so yes, this is the flyer. This is actually the flyer, Karen, and I know what you're talking about here. And it says Community Vigil in honor of Charles James Kirk, 93 to 2025, and it's going to be held Sunday, September 14th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. And it's the Sumner County Administration Building, main chambers. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. John 3:16. For questions, contact Taylor Free at taylorfreetn at gmail.com. And that's the picture of the babies too. And like I said, they kind of always held them in order for the camera not to be right on them. So, hey TJ, good to see you. So I thought that that was interesting, that they're holding that. Now, is that the same church, Everything starts at home, Seth. I agree with that. Big time. Big time. Because you're getting your kids ready to be out in the world where it's not, well, it's anything but safe. Oh, they're starting to put up AI security scanners in my kiddos' schools. We shouldn't have to go through this stuff. Wow, that's interesting, Kiki. I've never heard of that before. Hey, Shadow. Good to see you. Karen Powers says, yes, Kiki asked them why the mom and stepdad didn't appear to be searching for him, because Mr. Kirk would search, advocate for his child if missing, and ask them why the sheriff won't help bring in the U.S. Marshals. Really well said, Karen. I did my own little deal last night. It was a post. I've been refraining for a while. So that's all I can say for myself. We'll put it that way. But no, I mean, I was mad, Nancy Grace keeps having that idiot up on her panel for, 20 seconds of drone footage of that. And, it's kind of annoying when you're sitting there asking him the questions that you should be asking about the Proud Feet, in my opinion. And So before my comment got deleted, I took a screen grab and I shared it on my own channel. Daisy Duke says TJ Scarlett got a student of the month. Aw, Daisy, that's so cute. That is so cute. C. Taylor says our current leaders are adding fire to this with their hateful words today, in my opinion. It's very sad and discouraging, and I can't imagine what his family is experiencing. It's heartbreaking. I agree, C. Taylor. You know, when you're in a position of power, like it says Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. If you do have a platform, you do have to be mindful of things. I learned that one the hard way too. There's certain things that if I could do over again, I would. Most definitely, because you live and you learn. Um, so awesome, right, TJ? And he wrote transcript on the ammo and from Vinnie Politan. Yeah, that was another thing. I did include in the post because, I thought that was very interesting, right? Given what may have transpired, if he's writing this on there, that could have been a message from him showing his true intentions. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, what I don't understand is how the rifle got to the woods when he wasn't seen carrying it and he jumps down and it's too large to fit in a backpack. Oh, that's really interesting. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it had to have been a whole rifle. So yeah, interesting. Well, and they're not showing all of the footage either, of course. Daisy. That's true though, Elisa. That is a good point. Schools need to be secured. There's no reason schools don't have just as good of security as government buildings do. I would feel much safer with security equipment at my child's school. You know, it is it's awful that it even has to be that way. Like the drills too. The drills seemed really intense. But then again, I'm glad they're preparing kids. It's sad that they even have to do it, but I think it's better to be prepared than not. Karen, that's a good question. What would Jesus do, right? What would Jesus do? Hey, Robini, good to see you. Oh no, thanks for the dabs, Robini. Aw, thank you. You had to spend last night in the ER? Oh my goodness. For your toe? Was it your toe? Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Aw, Daisy, that's so cute. It does hurt my heart too, Kiki. It does. Kiki says it hurts my heart for what our kids have to face in the future. Yeah, it is. It is sad. Well, it's so sad too. Hey, Kaika, that they're hurting themselves, over not liking themselves or not feeling comfortable in their own skin. I think we need to do a lot more campaigning on stuff like that. Feel comfortable with who you are. Um, because even Jen was talking about too is really having a strong mind, right? And not believing everything you hear, right? Or thinking for yourself, being aware that you know there is false rhetoric out there. um oh, Shadow, it's terrible. It's terrible. But you do have to have a stronger mind. You do have to feel more confident in your own way of thinking, not to the point of being arrogant, not listening to anybody, but to the point of, that way bad information doesn't, overtake what you know to be true. Yeah. Yeah, Bab says that stays on my mind every day as I grow older and my son who's autistic grows older and needs help. Yeah, absolutely. I can see that, Babs. Thanks for being here and sharing that because it is something that probably stays on the forefront, because I mean any facility that we send a child to should be safe, and that includes church or any place. Love the Lord with all your heart and love one another. Blessed, exactly. Exactly. That's what it's all about. Treating others the way you want to be treated, understanding that we're all children of God, even if we don't like some of each some of us don't like each other. He made us all. So I mean, a lot of stories coming out ain't making sense about what's going on with Charlie's underlying. Oh, unaliving. Right, right. Oh, I agree, TJ. It's looking fishy. And then they're telling us, don't listen to the new, don't listen to the podcasters and stuff. Well, a lot of times podcasters get the scoop. We just do. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong one. I'll just go right through all my pictures. Okay. Sorry, guys. And then so this one is from Taylor Free, is with Craig Gareton, and I hope I said that right, and 11 others. And this is from the church again, guys, and this is the post attached to the flyer. Friends, please join me in gathering for a community vigil for Charlie Kirk at 5:30 p.m. this Sunday in Gallatin. Together we will pray, mourn, and hear from those who knew this man and what he stood for. This vigil may be held in Sumner County, but is open to all. Let us honor the legacy of a man who dedicated his life to serving the Lord and fostering meaningful dialogue. If you have any questions, you can comment and direct message me personally. Please share this post and get the word out. Well, yeah, that would have been nice to have a spot for Sebastian, right? I think that's probably the way people are feeling about this. I know it makes me think that way. Sorry if you guys couldn't see that very well. Whoopsie daisy. There we go. There we go. I hope you guys can see that. That's probably way better. Sorry about that. Um, right, Chuchi, exactly. It's okay to have debates and different opinions. It's not okay to act on them. That's the difference. And I agree with that too. And if you get so mad with somebody, take a walk, take a breather, smoke a cigarette, smoke something else if you can, if it's legal in your state. Do something. But acting a fool like that and getting up in clock tower action is like the worst thing that anybody could do. Because look, now this guy's or gal, whoever, is on the run. It's called Free Speech Amendment 1. And it just people do need to understand their rights a little bit better, I think, and it would empower them to do something good. Look, if you don't like the way things are, you can, run for office. You can, go to the city council meetings. You can try to make a change in your own community. There's so many positive things you can do. And complaining and not trying to figure out a solution is the worst thing that you can do, in my opinion. Complain about it, but then do something about it. But complaining about it, not doing something about it, or complaining and then doing something horrible is, I mean, that guy isn't any closer to any of his goals, I would imagine, um, by doing this. KJ Max says, I realized I was so also bothered that they were the picture of a loving, healthy family. The attack on the family touched me deeply. Yeah. They want they want fatherless homes. He was a living father protector. Right, exactly, KJ Mac. And I do feel that there are people that are jealous of that situation, right? Or don't see that they could have that type of an existence too and be happy, right? And then they see someone who is happy and they try to ruin it, and I definitely can see that, you know. Seth says Charlie was a man who served God first and foremost, and he is now walking hand in hand with Jesus. Blessed, blessed he was while serving in his mortal body. Well, yeah, he was definitely blessed. He was so loved by everyone, Seth, and that's the thing that really got to me, because I didn't really know who he was. I said, is he like Ben Shapiro? And it was like, well, kind of. He's a political speaker. He goes around, he debates. Um, and then I started watching some of his podcasts. Now I didn't get to catch a lot of them. Um, and then Jen had recommended the one with Ben Shapiro, so we're watching that. Um, yeah, it's just absolutely sad. It's absolutely sad. Yeah. Yeah. You just have to pray. Yeah. Yeah. To sleep sometimes. And I get that, Kiki. I think that's, one thing. And then also just, you know, if we all stand up against something bad, it's amazing how we can get things changed, right? If they see us standing up against it. Chuchi, isn't that true? She says if we all looked into the same looking glass and agreed on everything, that would be boring, in my opinion. It would be. We'd have no, C. Taylor says 100%. We'd have no opposition, right? No opposing views. We'd have no reason to get better, right? Sometimes people who do some negativity, it kind of motivates me in a weird way. You know, it just does. I'm like, oh, okay, you're gonna do that. Well, this is gonna happen, and not in a bad way, but I mean, it motivates me to show somebody maybe the way I feel and the way I'm looking at something, and then I'll go and make a video, kind of paint a picture, right? It it's just something that you kind of get inspired by sometimes. And if you didn't have that, you might not have the angst or the tenacity, or the motivation to do it, you know. Necessity is the mother of invention. And with that being said, if we never have a need for anything, we would never need to make anything new. Aw, thank you. Thanks, MC Rapping Recovery. Love that you're always on in this time. Thank you. I'm so glad. I get mixed reviews. People say, Lady Freedom, you're on so late. And I said, I know, I know, I know. Kiki says John 3:16. You know, this act represented the end of civil discourse and an open attack on family values. I'm not down with that. Well said, KJ Mack. And I've watched that kind of unfold. I guess we've been watching it unfold for a little while now, haven't we? A lot of it, I think, has to do with maybe they just can't see that they're worth having a life worth living for. Sometimes I do feel sorry for these people, and maybe I shouldn't. But when I see a 16-year-old that's so unhappy that they would do something like that, it really gets my heart too, guys, like that school shooter. Aw, Karen says yes, and I think about his dedication to his family and your dedication to Sebastian. I'm certain that he would encourage you to continue searching and advocating for Sebastian. I think so too. I think so too. And look, politicians are, interested in views of the people. If they're smart, they're looking at what people want. If they're an idiot like Craddock, who just, got cherry picked and, ran unopposed, then not so much, not so much. So, whoa, I need to chill out with that. All right, here we go. I'll just put myself over here. In the corner I go. Hey, Tori Banks, good to see you. Your kid's school also perfectly imperfect, boy, mom says. Oh my gosh. Bless says amen, Seth, 100%. Bab says, bingo, Seth. No child is born with hate, fear, disrespect, and lack of empathy for others. Those are learned behaviors. Hope you're well, XOXO. Yeah, kids are not born with malice, or well, babies, kids just have a whole kid. No, they're not. They're not. You know, kids have no idea about that until us jerks jerk adults tell them about it, right? Oh, did you know your friend and you have a different skin color? They didn't ever really notice it. I mean, they noticed the difference of a skin color, but they didn't realize that was a big deal, right? We've witnessed that throughout history too. Oh, a fire drill, yes. Yeah, that's a great idea. Drills are always good. You're right, though. We do fire drills. If you're in tornado areas, you do tornado drill, earthquakes, all of that kind of stuff. It's emergency preparedness. And you feel more empowered, and you actually, it's muscle memory too, guys. The more you're prepared for it. But it is sad. It's still sad. Aw. Seth says, thank you for all the prayers and support. Be blessed and stay safe, everyone. Thank you, Seth. Good night. I hope you have a great night. And thank you always for being here. Yeah, Denise, I agree. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, you can never be too proactive. So true, Kiki. And you just get used to it, right? Hey, Bubby. And you just get used to it, and it's something that way you're not panicked when it does happen. And it's sad, it's sad. Seth, when we were in Gallatin and I left, I did return, but I think you had left due to the headache. Aw. Thanks, Tori. I definitely, Denise, I was agreeing with Jen on that one too. Denise says, I definitely don't believe anything the government says. No, you can't, you know? If they had a better track record, right? I mean, if they had a better track record. Yeah, it's awful to have to, but yeah, I get it, Kiki, though, because we're just not used to that in our schools and stuff, really. I mean, don't get me wrong. Now, when we were going into school, the middle school was so bad, right? I grew up in Chicago area. It was so bad that my parents put us in parochial school, right? They did. And it was like they didn't want to send us to school with metal detectors. So if we think about it, we may have the school shooters now, but we had them back then. It was just gang related, you know. And it is very sad. No children should have to go to school like that. It's awful. Yeah, he was on the roof. He was Cinderella. Yeah, he like scaled up the walls like a damn spider monkey. And it was like these boys had caught it on tape and said, "What's that guy doing over there?" They're like, "Bro, bro," you know? And really that's a time to see something, say something, you know? Oh, okay, seclusion works. That makes sense. Seclusion works says, Lady Nope, if someone is skilled in breaking down and reassembling a long weapon, it can be fit in a backpack. Oh, because you would take it apart, huh, seclusion? Very smart. And see, I do not know how to take it apart. I don't. Aw, Seth says apologies, Tori. Don't be sorry, Seth. That was hotter than the devil's ass crack out there. This summer has been freaking hot as hell. Our children matter, C. Taylor. C. Taylor says, our children matter. Shooting in Denver school yesterday. A student unalived himself and shot two peers. I haven't heard our administration honor those kids, just like Hendersonville isn't honoring Sebastian. Oh my gosh, C. Taylor. So well said. So well said. My Lord. I didn't even hear about it except for today when Leanne played the clip from the news, C. Taylor. The children are our future, guys. That's all we have for the future, for our kids or grandkids. They're the ones going to be running the show. KJ Max says, I remember kids pulling into the school with their pew pew mounted in the truck, and they would bring it in the school to clean it in shop class. Never ever a hint or threat, never an event. Well, that's such a good point, KJ Mac, because that's part of the big debate, right? Like, we need stricter gun laws, but then the criminals have the guns in their hands as it is. It's so easy to get them, and we did touch on that too. Um, and when you have the respect for it and you're a law-abiding citizen, but you use it for protection or you use it so you in order to eat, if you're a hunter and stuff like that, it's a totally different ball game. You wouldn't dream of pointing it at someone because that's gun safety 101. It's just like if you're going swimming. Doesn't matter how good of a swimmer you are, you're going to meet a body of water that's going to, eat your lunch if you're not careful. You have to be really, really, respectful. Well, I think they might have had a back. See, this is the picture. Now, there's been a couple of pictures out there, guys. So a few on X. This is from the FBI shared like X thing, and this is the assailant. Now, let me make sure okay, yeah, you guys can see. Um, because his shirt is also black, it's difficult to make out, but they're wearing a backpack. Can I get this? Oh, I got to go to X then. Can I click on? Okay. You still can't see it very well. But if you look like right here, you can see the outline of his backpack. There's the president and his wife. Okay, here's a bigger view, more zoomed in. Sunglasses, hat, black shirt. And there's Charlie himself look at everybody around though. There's tons of people around. It's just crazy. Protecting campus speakers who offer polarizing opinions has confounded universities around the country. Well, you used to be able to go and speak at these things without being sniped out, is the issue. It's one of them. Hey, Anne, good to see you. You know, he could have scouted and hidden it. Well, and they did find the firearm. They retrieved it in the woods, in the wooded area nearby. And it seems like they may have had him. What it was is they had him on camera in order to figure that out. That's how they came to that conclusion. Yeah, absolutely, Kiki. Hey, if I had little kids, it would be difficult for me to be up 2 times a day. I would be lucky. I would be lucky. Absolutely. You have to. The kids come first, Um, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, yes, Kiki. I had a talk with my middle schooler today about school shootings. Oh, I'm so sorry. And it's just another part of life for them. It's sad that they are indifferent when it comes to those topics. Yeah, lockdown. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is sad. It is. You know, it's very sad. Yes, and it was never an issue or consideration. Unfortunately, that has changed for the worse. I agree. Yes, kids always first, Lori. Yeah. And it's got to be scary for them. Hey, Scranton Strangler. Typically, people do not like me, tells me I'm on the right track with their bullshit, my opinion. Well, sometimes people don't like to hear the truth, Sasha, and they don't. It's difficult, right? Or it's difficult to hear a different perspective. Not always, but sometimes it is. It's like you could be thinking one way the whole time, and then somebody comes along and boom, and then sometimes you have to think about it and process it as well. I don't think so, Babs. See, that's what I was thinking too. I don't think so. Because I thought they were at Freedom Church in Gallatin. I thought that was their church. I know. See, that's what I was thinking. I don't know. You know? Hey, Lori. Thank you for those green hearts. Yeah, respect human life for fuck's sake. Exactly. Exactly. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Then again, I'm a fucking idiot. A fucking, that's hilarious. Who doesn't know what I'm saying? No, seclusion. We love your points of view. I can think of 3 ways off the top of my head how he could have hidden that weapon. Yeah, well, I mean, you almost do have to think from their perspective, right? I mean, he definitely didn't want to be caught. He wanted to get in and out. I don't know if it is. Oh, Seth, that's sweet. He says Sebastian and I listened to him while on drives, or at least I did. Sebastian probably doesn't remember since he liked playing games while I was driving. Aw, Seth. And it's funny, the kids they listen to more than we think. And of course, I say it a lot too, you're more liberal when you're younger. So like my daughter would be like, "Oh, mom," you know. Yeah, I know, Sasha. I'm glad that he's decided to do that. I am, girl. I mean, I could send him the videos of the stuff that I pulled in too, if he would like to take a gander. I'm more than willing to send that over. Pick me, pick me. Karen. That's what Jen was describing this very thing. Karen Powers said we'd all be like those little green men in the cloth on the Toy Story saying, pick me, pick me. Oh Lord. You know. Well, that's one thing that happens when you don't think for yourself. You just go along and nobody in the right side stands up. We're lazy. Oh my goodness. But I mean, I just think that it's one of those things where we can all recognize when we see something as horrible as this. I think, I know that there's a lot of young kids that was interviewed and things like that, and I think a lot of the things they say is for shock value. Plus, they got to represent, right? We all know how that is when you're young, and you got to worry about what your friends are thinking of you more than what you know being true to yourself. You kind of learn that later. Bab says this horrific act of violence was a way to tell us to shut up, stand down, and if we voice our opinions, this could happen to you. Babs, that's how I feel. That's how I took it. When I heard about this, when I looked up Charlie, this is what I thought. I thought, "Oh, great. So there's a person out there that is speaking their mind that was obviously invited to the university to speak their mind, and someone took it upon themselves to come up there and shut them up." That's the way I looked at it. Now, there might be more to it. We don't know. But that was my first impression, and I wouldn't want to be that way. I wouldn't want somebody telling me not to say something, right? Um at all, or be in fear that if I do say something, they're going to come after me. I mean, that was the whole reason I got a restraining order, was because every time I was going live, I was being told that if I keep talking, they're going to show up at my house again. And guess what? I kept talking. I kept talking. And poor Charlie didn't have that option because he didn't get a warning apparently. Well, maybe he did. That's another thing we kind of went over, and thankfully TJ had sent me that. I mean, it looks like he may have been getting some death threats or something. And when these crazy ass people, even if you don't think they can or will, you almost got to take them seriously. You can't play with crazy like that. They show you who they are, believe them. Elisa P says the youth are targeted by people who are out to destroy them and brainwash them on the daily. I agree with that. I think that goes for disenfranchised youth to the max, right? Somebody who doesn't feel like they have a family or friends or support system, or strong-minded. They target people like that, and they say, "I'll be your friend. I'll be your family." And that's what makes these people okay with some of the things that they're doing, because they think, well, that's, I'm doing it for the cause, right? It's the same thing with gang mentality. Power in numbers, that's right, Kiki, united. And that's the only way we can change things, right? Is to unite. That's the only way. Seth, our kids hear more than we realize sometimes. Rob Beanie, I said that too. I'm sure he caught some good messages from his good dad. I believe it too, Rob Beanie. Exactly. And here's the thing. The really cool part is if they're listening and then they think, well, no, I don't think like this. It opens up to a conversation. It opens up to a debate, new ideas. You learn more about your child because you understand their viewpoints, right? It's all good. It's all good. Thanks, Robini. We can have different lives, different circumstances, but still come together for good. That's right, Kiki, and that's what it's all about. You know, that's what it's all about. Um, Very well said. Hey, SI officer, good to see you. I know, Sasha. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Well, I'm definitely praying with you. I'm praying with you, and I'm really hoping things turn around. I really am. It's just been too long. Elisa P, I couldn't believe his following. Okay, girl, I go over to check. I mean, obviously, I'm doing research, so I go over to check his page out, right? He's got like millions of people. I'm like, well, here's one more. I mean, I just feel for, I hope they're able to, really push the message out, whatever good they can get, because it's devastating. It's sad. Yes, Kiki. So it's really Seth. Seth, poor Seth. I didn't even ask him if he wanted a wrench. I just gave him one. I said, I just need to know because guys, Seth has had his account cloned, by the way, and they sent me a message. I sent it over to the email. I said, here's this. You know. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I'll tell you, Sasha, everything that I've put out on the channel um has all been like confirmed from a source, right? I've always done that. I've always made sure I did that because I don't want to push out bad information to you guys, ever. First method, put them in pants legs, put fingers assembly in pocket with a screwdriver. Oh, dang. I did too. Oh, Detroit. I saw videos of people laughing and clapping and jumping up and down, saying horrible things about him. I was furious. It's too much, right? It is way too much. Even if I don't like somebody, I mean, shoot, you know? Well, Candace was talking about some really hot button issues, right? She was talking about Epstein. She was talking about Diddy. She was talking about a lot of things when she was on Daily Wire, right? I'm so sorry, KJ Maxx. This is really KJ always has really good comments, but she says, Babs, I also think that was part of this. I immediately thought, don't even think about coming for Candace. She has uh, angered her opponents. She has. I have to be careful because speech isn't free where I am. Gosh. And it is a good thing, I think. The only time people want to stifle that typically is when, you know, they're a control freak or they don't know how to, you know, turn it off and go someplace else if they don't like it. Or they have mental health, and it overtakes the way of thinking. But yeah, Candace has angered a lot of people. I've been angry at Candace before for some of the things that she said. Just to be honest, don't get me wrong. I think Candace is beautiful, very intelligent, and I do respect her. But there's been things that I haven't liked. It's the same thing with Nancy Grace, guys. I'm not gonna look. I don't worship anybody except for the Lord. That's it. Think about if Nancy Grace didn't like what I said to her yesterday and she sent a gunman out after me. You know what I'm saying? Like, really? For real. Or if I didn't like the things people said about me and I put a hit on them, those are the kinds of things that we're dealing with. Because it's just hate and rage. It's hate and rage. And instead of being intelligent enough to get up there, and maybe the gunman was intelligent enough, but instead of him saying to himself, you know what, that Charlie Kirk, I'm going to get up there and I'm going to tell him off and I'm going to tell him what I think and I'm going to have a damn good debate with that guy. That didn't happen, right? Instead, they take it upon themselves to take Charlie out. For what? What did you accomplish? Nobody heard anything that you had to say except for what you had written on the bullets, for what you had written on the weapon they found. Allegedly, of course. But I'm just saying, it takes real guts. It takes cojones to get up there and get on the microphone in front of all of those people at that campus and to try to debate with that man. Now that takes balls. Shooting him like that, the way that he did, sniping him out, getting up on that rooftop like a little bitch coward he is. Yeah, that's a coward. For sure. Well, that's SI officer says, well, it's because some have something to hide and want to control who does what or says what. I agree. You know? So it's one of those things where it should never be that way. I sure hope so, Sasha. I sure hope so. Aw, Tori, that's sweet. No, and I don't think the skin color or the religion, right, guys? We're all gonna, we all have different beliefs. A lot, some of it is like stuff we're raised with, right? Hey, Saved by Grace, good to see you. Geez, look at the FBI report regarding Sebastian. It's incorrect and stupid. Who the F is in the FBI now? Oh, good question. Wow, I'm glad to hear that, Sasha. I really hope they can see this exactly for what it is. Yeah, we all bleed red. That's right, Kiki. 100%. And look, we're all brought up with different values culturally, all of that. That's one thing I do miss about Chicago a lot. And I know it's really rough these days. I see it on the news all the time. But I love just being able to go one block away and feeling like you were in a different, environment, right? Like you're like, oh, I'm in Chinatown here. I'm going over here. Um, it's just really neat. Oh, Okay, Robini. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you went in then. Oh my. Sasha says Detective Carter will gather everything available to submit the case to the new district attorney, so it's crucial he has everything available. We got to hop the fence because we got stuff with Craddock. Well, Sasha, if you will send me his email it to me, and so I will send him what I have. And it's not a terribly large amount. I will say, I called and reported a couple of things that was said by Chris on YouTube, and I know they don't want to hear some of that, and maybe it's just Craddock, but look, that's where he's saying this nonsense. He's acting a fool up here. Did he see the video? Did Carter see what they were doing? I mean, I understand none of the stuff they were doing was illegal, but it's freaking weird that Chris pulled, you know? Bab says it's not about the guns and access, it's about the people who are using them. It's about the access that kids have in their homes. I agree with that too, Babs. And here's the thing, you know, if you grow up around them, you kind of realize, but even still, they absolutely need to be locked up. I do agree with that. And I just agree that, you know, a gun by itself sitting somewhere, right, isn't dangerous until someone picks it up, right? Guns don't shoot themselves. So, I mean, Seclusion Works says, there you go, Babs. We are better in numbers. We are. We are also better in numbers when there is a threat at hand to handle. I agree. Well, good. He should be very interested in that, you know? I don't think people grasp the hateful rhetoric often spawns this horrific uh, reactivity in unstable people, in my opinion. I get that, see, Taylor. Absolutely well said. It's heartbreaking all around, and no one wins, grows. The mindset only becomes more rigid. I agree. Or people will have misplaced anger or blame on inanimate objects rather than saying, okay, what can we do to change this? And it's not going to change overnight. And the first couple ideas are probably not going to be the winning ideas, right? And let's be honest, people, where there's a will, there's a way. I believe that very, very strongly. Wherever there's a will, there's a way. People will find a way to do it. They will take whatever measures they have to, you know. And it's sad. Oh, he does kind of look like Tim McVeigh. And Brock, good to see you. I mean, it does seem like the end times when we're dealing with some of this craziness in the world, right? Detroit, aw. I say hell in a handbasket too. Yeah. Yeah, that's it though. I mean, it is. Well, that's a good point. Sasha says Delphi took 6 years. It's the one piece that was missed. That's what he's looking for. Good. I do agree with that too. You know, I agree with that. Is it's just it's one mistake. It is one mistake. No, I don't think the assassin is stupid. I don't either. Uh, Seclusion. I really don't. Um, yeah, that's a good point. Saved by Grace says people are getting serious with it than claiming mental health. I agree with that too. You know, they get a defense attorney and they're saying, "Oh, it was because of this or that." It's kind of reminds me of like Gypsy Rose Blanchard. You know how she ended up, getting off and everybody feeling sorry for her. And, I mean, shit, I was one of them. I'm like, that poor girl was abused and she needs help, and she doesn't need jail. She needs help. No, she needed jail as well. I stand corrected, you know. Hey, Dee, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Wait, what? Good point. I refuse to be afraid or mad. That's what the haters want, in my honest opinion. I agree with that 100%. They do. Dee, I am going to be there for Pig Fest. I haven't gotten everything ironed out with all of the details. We are still kind of working on that. Thank you, Wait What, for hitting that like button and meow. Thank you so much for being here. But I'm not sure yet how it's gonna go. I'm planning on doing like a video for that. Hey, Magic Star. Um, so yes, just kind of keep uh I'll keep you guys posted or stay tuned in. Um, it's good to have conversations with young people. They don't understand communist, Marxism, fascist. No, they don't. They don't. And sometimes I've heard them use the terminology in the opposite factor, excuse me, fashion, if that makes sense. And I'm like, no, sweetie, it's actually reversed. But it's like anything. As we're growing up, we kind of think we know everything. And that's what it reminds me when I see the TikTok generation, I guess, if you call them that, or how they are, the teeny boppers. I call them a teeny bopper. Bless says also it's about what we allow our kids to be exposed to. Proverbs 4:23, guard your heart above all else, for it's the source of life. I agree. Bless, that's right. That's right. Because think about how it feels to have a broken heart. It's like sometimes it feels like we can't even function, you know? Well said, Bless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. KJ Maxx says, I interviewed a Cuban family years ago. The story of how the communists create fear is astounding. Yes. Oh, yes. They were not free to speak at home with family. You never know who the informant was. Oh, my Lord, KJ Mac. They use items as symbols for communication. And here's the thing. KJ Mac. One beautiful young woman that I was completely impressed with is uh, a Korean defector, right? Her name is, I think it's pronounced Yomi Park. And she and her mother escaped the regime. She was part of the pleasure squad. And I don't know how much I'm able to talk about that here. But let's just say that they were young women selected to please Kim Jong-un and his disgusting brigade, right? And they were able to flee using the stars, is how they escaped, right? They traveled and were super careful, and they were able to make it. She's got a YouTube channel. She did. Very interesting for you to say that. So, of course, when I learned of her, I started going down rabbit holes, right? And this is way before I had YouTube channel and everything. But I will say this. She could tell you some stuff, and some of the videos that she shows, and then some of the other accounts of people, I mean, they have to have a picture of the dictator in their house, right? That's not to mention the control over how many children you have. In many places like China, I believe Indonesia is another one, women literally take their babies' lives because they would rather them take them than the regime or whatever, right? So there's a lot to it. Um a lot to it. And it's absolutely sad, it really is. It's something that most of us, especially as Americans, we take it for granted. We don't realize how bad it actually can be, but it is. Here she is. She's been on Joe Rogan. I mean, she's a beautiful woman. I'm gonna drop her link. This is escaping from North Korea in search of freedom 10 years ago, right? Let me just drop this. She tells the story, guys, and if you don't cry, I don't know about you. No, I'm just kidding. It's sad. But this is the video. Anything but, because if they're found out, KJ Mac, like, it's like off with their head, right? Off with their head. I know, Detroit. They're sleaze buckets. Completely nasty. There's a whole squad of these beautiful women, young women being criminally assaulted. It's awful. Well, Sasha, I'd probably be celibate too. I'd be celibate too. You know what I mean? You take the precautions because you wouldn't ever want to deal with that, right? You wouldn't want to have to, but see, and again, a lot of times this is how they grew up. This is their culture. This is their life. They don't know any better. They don't know any different. It's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. Where is her page though? I want to be on her page. So I can send this to you guys. Oh, here she is. Voice of North Korea. That's what it is. She's a North Korean defector, guys. And what she does is she speaks out against these cretins. Oh, she's got a beauty channel. I didn't know that. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Copy link. I found her. Really beautiful young lady, and I'm so glad she got away from those creeps. Magic Star says, I read a book called Daughters of the Dragon. That was an account of comfort women, Korean women who were used by the Japanese throughout World War II. It's a difficult read, but very good. I bet it was difficult to read. I bet. Thank you, Trooper's mom. So good to see you. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you so much. So good to see you. Okay, I thought I heard my little email thing go off. I will definitely check it. I'm gonna get down to some brass tacks tonight. I have to get these letters written out for us, guys, so that way we have it. And I want to get it in a link. I finally downloaded all the stuff to my computer, which I'm just saying, like the oh, what do they call it? That little waffle that has all of the different icons, like the Google Drive. You were SI officer. She's amazing. She's really amazing. I love watching her go around Chicago and eat whatever she wants. It just is delightful. It really is, especially knowing what she went through. Women are nothing in other countries, Babs. Oh my gosh, no rights to anything, no protection to voice harm against them, nothing. It's like if you are assaulted there, it's like welcome to the club, right? You know, it's like welcome to the club. This is what happens here, and don't you dare say nothing about it. Very interesting, right, Detroit? Yes. No, we don't. We really don't have like a big topic, but tonight I was wanting to talk about, just everything, but also because I think this is an important subject. I do. I do. Um, and really, I didn't have a whole lot to say about this um, festival. Well, it was like an expo, except for they just have like exotic animals and all kinds of different Um, and I thought it would be interesting to talk about because, one of my mods had sent it to me and said, "Isn't it sad that Katie can just go to this, animal expo and not be so sad, because we all know, guys, that's one thing that I think we all know about Sebastian. One, that he loves green, right? We all know that about him. He loves green. He loves Minecraft, right? He plays chess, he plays Magic, he plays Dungeons and Dragons, but one of the big things that all of us know about Sebastian is he loves animals. And this reptile, show me reptiles in Tennessee, is animals, all different animals. Like, he would probably be super happy there, right? And she goes, I can't believe Katie could go there and not lose it. And I'm like, that's a good point. I can't believe that either, really. And I just kind of wanted, to talk about it with you guys tonight, because to me, you know, I'm living proof that if you get spanked with a belt and you get smacked around a little bit, right, because of your smart mouth, right, I'm still here, right? Okay, so that doesn't make my parents murderers. Okay, I'm just going to say that, just as a disclaimer, just to put it out there. However, when I look at Chris and Katie's behavior, it is so off to me, right? And then somebody sending me that, and I'm thinking, you're absolutely correct. It's strange, right? Because we all know how much Sebastian loved his animals. Oh, Detroit, I bet you we all have the same wish. But I mean, very bizarre. Very bizarre. So we have a father, Seth, right? And he is doing everything to look for answers and try to find his son. But then we have um, Chris and Katie, who are not, right? They're just kind of doing their own thing. They're still out and about, just like nothing ever happened. And it bothers me, because not only are they doing that, but then Chris is also making fun of Seth for being out there doing what he's doing. And if they can show up for something like that, why can't they have a vigil? Why can't they get all of their people together and do something positive for Sebastian? They're not gonna, in my opinion. And if they do, I'll stand corrected. But until then, prove me wrong. I mean, come on. It was called Show Me Reptile Festival, and there was some pretty cool videos online. But they had music in the background, so I didn't want to play it and then, get booted for that, or them say I can't play it in certain territories or whatever. So I can't really show you that, but I can show you their website. And it was at Opryland Expo Center or something like that. So just bear with me. And it's a large expo, right? It's got, like, if you've ever been to um like an event center or a hotel that holds like big events, um you'd kind of like recognize some of this stuff, right? But they have snakes, uh venomous snakes. I mean, they have it all. um Is this it? No, this one. Okay, so this one is different. Hold on a second, because they have one in Lebanon. I had it pulled up, but I ruined that out of a tab. Let me see. How did I get to it? Okay. Because, yeah, this is a different one. And no, I don't want to subscribe. Oh, that's how I got to it. So there's an event. Okay, now I found it. Okay. All right. So this is the one that Chris and Katie attended. And just bear with me. Let me take this off and this. All right. So Nashville, Tennessee Reptile Show. There we go. Wonderful. So we have what looks like, kind of like a python or something. I'm not good with the names of these snakes, but it was at the Gaylord Opryland Resort, right? And then they have different types of events, like some of them are 1-day events, some of them are 2. If you pay for VIP, you get early access at like 9 o'clock in the morning. No, I don't want to chat with you. So here it is, Nashville Exotic Pet and Reptile Expo, September 6th and 7th. So this was a 2-day event. Again, Gaylord Opryland Resort and Convention Center in Nashville, 2800 Opryland Drive, Tennessee, 37214. Right? And then you have a chameleon, some sort of a little chinchilla, I don't know, an albino python maybe, and then some kind of a little tree frog, right? But there's all different types of animals and stuff there. One thing I guess we could do, hold on a second. Let's see, show me. And sorry, guys, I'm not paying attention to chat right now, so just talk amongst yourselves. Let's see. So here we go. If I just take the sound off, I bet you we could see it. This one, show me reptiles in Virginia Beach. Hold on. They have them all over the place. Like they're always doing something. The bearded dragons are so cute. Sorry, I just had to say that. All right, let me pull it up because what I could probably do is just show it without putting any sound on. Nashville, Tennessee. Here we go. That's why I didn't pull up. They had one that looks like 3 years ago. Creative reptiles. Show me. Okay, here it is. This is the one. Okay. So let me go back to, okay, this is them kind of like unloading, right? So this is that big expo center. Can you guys see this? No, you can't. Hold on. Well, I might want to present it first. Okay, so here we go. Let's just take a gander at this. This is pretty interesting. So it's just like a big, event center, is, anybody would kind of, if you've ever been to one, you kind of can recognize it. And let me do this. Okay. So they got, their trailer, they got it pulled in, they got all kinds of, reptiles in the box. They're taking everything out on big dollies, setting it up. Okay, can I mute this? Yes. Okay, so let's just play it through and show you. Ah, scorpions. Ah, crab. Bearded dragon. So cute. Chameleon. People on segways or whatever, scooters. This is the guy. He has this video on here. Like, but it's all exotic pets, right? It's just all exotic pets. KP didn't look happy. She did it, SI officer. I agree. I agree. She looked like she was just there with Chris, And look at that little frog, is cute. I'm just a big believer, guys. I don't really like to take these animals out of their original environments. Star, did you see my reaction? Oh my gosh. But look at the bunnies. The bunnies. And then there was a hedgehog. I don't know. I think Sebastian would have liked it just to see everything. I really think he would have enjoyed this. right? And there's kids. Oh, there's a monkey. The poor monkeys. I feel bad for them. And look how cute those guys are. I don't know if they're foxes or something. They're little guys. Yeah, it was the 6th and 7th. So, you know, he hung out with Clue and then they went and hung out and did this. I don't know what those are, guys. It looks like raccoons or maybe a possum or two. And of course, those are like, things to put into their habitat. I think those are puffer fish, by the way. And then we have some snakes. I have no idea what kind of freaking frog that is, but I'm assuming it's like a bat frog. And look at that. There's a centipede. Ooh, there's a spider. Ugh. I don't like any of it. I love animals, not so much with the bugs. Right? It already makes me itchy just thinking about it. It is so gross, Elisa P. Exactly. They got rid of his Sebastian snake, and now they're going to get more reptiles. God only knows what they bought. I heard it was a $500 lizard. But look at all the people. Look at all the people standing in line. Look at the kids, right? There's a bunch of kiddos. Oh, some Suriname toad. Did I say that right? Suriname toad. I googled it, y'all. It's a flat frog. Star. You gotta Google it. This guy's super excited, by the way, that he's there. If you haven't noticed. This lady doesn't mind that this snake is just, all up in her business. All up in her biz. But look at all that stuff. I hope this guy doesn't mind me narrating his video, but it's pretty interesting. Everything looks like it's pretty well put together, just like any other expo. I put together a lot of different events. Nothing quite like this. I mean, we didn't ever have anything like this. This is all exotic, animals. Um, you know. But it definitely looks like a fun event. It looks like breeders go there. Here's a little baby macaque. Yeah, exactly. They took everything away from him, Lisa P. I mean, that's what's infuriating. Guys, those macaques get super aggressive, and that macaque is a male that guy's holding. When that guy gets big, he gonna be a problem. Look how cute and tiny these animals are. See, that's another thing though. They get, people are like, oh, look how cute, and then they get big, and they're like, oh, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Oh, look at them. And guys, I'm not trying to, offend anybody, but poor little guy, girl, whatever. I feel sorry for that primate. They're so smart, guys. They're so smart. Oh, there's the beardy. Look at all them snakes. My goodness. I hope I'm not getting sick because I kind of got the sniffles a little bit going here. And I think this is going into like him talking to one of the guys. So just bear with me. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Detroit says, what kind of lizard costs $500? That's insane. I know. It had to have been like perhaps, oh, like one of the more obviously maybe the exotic ones. I can't think of, some of those chameleons are pretty expensive. I know bearded dragons aren't that expensive, but maybe if it's like more rare or exotic. Um, do you guys remember that story about Ben Rennick? And he was a rare snake breeder from Missouri, and his wife unalived him. She's serving time for it. But he was one of those like exotic snake breeders, and he had come up with his own species, and he was very successful until his wife took him out, right? Because she was like cheating and she wanted his money. She's very greedy. But I mean, they have all kinds. Let me look. Hold on. I just noticed something. I'm just going to back this up a little bit. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. I held one of those yellow ones. Me and Livy did actually at the circus. This kind of looks like about where they were looking, because I want to show you guys these mannequins. And let me see if I can't. I don't know. Maybe they were looking at snakes, because I have a picture of what they were looking at. And I'm sorry, there's going to be two of us for a minute here. Okay, guys, so I just wanted to go ahead and put that in here. So if we look at this photo, right, and then we look at this one here, it almost kind of looks like where they're standing. All right, so we have camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. So I wonder if they were, because see how it's wearing the beanie, the mannequin? So I don't know. It looks like they might have been looking at the snakes right here, in my opinion. Which I don't know for sure, but you guys let me know what you think. Looks like KP's trying to hold it together. Yeah, as an officer. So yeah, this is the one. They're definitely snakes, Sasha. I hear you, girlfriend. Hold on, let me show you guys. Katie, like if you do zoom in on Katie, yeah. I mean, her hair isn't done up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not trying to be hateful, but she looks like shit. She does. She doesn't look well. Katie doesn't. Chris looks like he's just fine. He looks like a kid in the candy store, in my opinion. you know. But I think they might have been looking at snakes at this point, and somebody snapped a picture of them that was standing over by the entrance. See? So, but let's go ahead and keep looking. Ew, leg jumpers. Did you guys see that sign? Holy cow. Oh, I don't know if I would like this place. Oh, look at all the little teeny tiny lizards. Those are cute. So they get like one of those teeny tiny. Look at all the exotic pets though. Exotic pets are very expensive. And look, they all of their cages. There's some turtles. Oh, help that one. He's turned over. Poor baby. There he goes. KP looks anxious, right, Star? I agree. I'm sure everywhere they go, they're probably, you know, going to get recognized and not for a good reason. You know, Chris thinks he's a celebrity in his own freaking head, but Katie probably is a little bit smarter and realizes, you know, can feel the tension in the room, so to speak. Wow, look at that. See, that's the kind of stuff that Ben Rennick did, guys. Like the different markings and stuff on those snakes. They're beautiful creatures. They are. I just like to look at them when they're in the cage. Whoa, look at that guy. Holy moly. I don't know what they got over here. More snakes. Oh my God. How many freaking snakes do they need? Oh, here we go. Oh, hell no. Ew. Oh, those are just like the moldings. Okay. Oh, look at the kids having fun. Oh, free samples of salsa. Huh. Lizard jam. Oh my God, look at that one. Do you see him? He's like sticking out. Help that guy. What are they doing? Just leaving him? Aw, that was sad. What are they doing to them turtles? I see turtle abuse. Lori said, Lori said that ain't anywhere I would want to go. I know, like the lizards are cute, but then you see like the spiders and the hairy. Oh God, they're so hairy. Any dried bugs to eat? Seclusion. Oh my God. Ew, look at the millipede, a centipede, oh, 8-leg jumpers. That would not be my table, guys. Oh, oh, Lord help us. Ew. That is gross. Look at this lady. She's all happy about it. Like, look at my snakes. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at the black and white ones are pretty cool looking though. Beetlejuice snakes. Ugh. Whoa, that lady had snake hair. The lizards are cute. That's a horrible color on him, in my opinion, SA officer. Really? Do you like the chocolate covered ants seclusion? I heard that is a delicacy. They are small as fug. I know. I agree, Sasha. Oh, look at the baby. Oh no. Where's his mom? Oh, she's so sad. I feel bad for him or her. Yarb. See, my friends had like a little corn snake and it was pink. I think it was a corn snake. Anyway, I let that thing, you know, slither around and stuff. It was cute. The little ones are all right, I guess, but geez, some of these big ones are scary. He looks like the Great Pumpkin. Goodness sakes. Scorpions? Really, seclusion? Oh my goodness. Wow. Not as cute as the piggies. Hey, Joe. Oh, that lady's wearing a pumpkin shirt. Wow. And it said on their website they take all forms of payment. Look at this guy. He's like, I got me some snakes. Wow. Look at all them he got. He's got a collection. Twist and Turn says, I don't like any snakes. He looks like the Macy's Day Parade pumpkin. Ooh, Roxy. It reminds me of Pumbaa and Timon, and they say, I like the little cream-filled kind. Lori says snakes are gross. See, I can do snakes, but not the bugs. I'm like Sebastian. I'm like Sebastian. No bugs, reptiles are okay. Now, not just any of them. I don't know about that ball python he had. I don't know about that one. I might just pet him or something. Oh, look at the turtle. Oh, those are the yellow. Those ones are like snapping turtles, aren't they? Uh-oh, he doesn't like that guy. He says, why are you just picking me up, manhandling me? I just think a lot of these animals deserve to be in the wild. That's just the way I think, guys. But I don't mean any shade towards anybody. I just, you know, I don't know. It makes me sad a little bit. And I never thought like that as much until I saw that movie Big Fish, or excuse me, Blackfish. Oh, I could see that too, Robini. Put your big girl pants on, Katie. We gotta go over here. Oh, he just grabbed his booty. See that booty grab, guys? That was a little awkward. They are so pretty, right? They are. They don't feel slimy, but yeah, KJ Mac, exactly. It's just interesting. And they have furry friends here too. Obviously, they have the monkeys and oh, Sam, sir. That's funny, seclusion. Ooh, look at that snake. I mean, they are very like look at their markings. It's pretty. This little grandma, she's not afraid. She says, I'm down with it. Wow, that's a huge snake star. Holy cow. Yeah. Catch an antenna. Rabini. I've seen people cook up mealworms and stuff too. Well, that's the expo, guys. It's a great big place they had it in. So let me go ahead and grab this guy's link. Let's see. Share. Copy share. There we go. Seclusion says mealworms, yum. Yeah, I watch people fry them up. And they're like, this is good. It's protein. I was like, okay. There you go. All right, now this one was 4 years ago. See, they do have like little furries. They got furries as well. But again, I just think that, Sebastian will love this. And you do get to like pick them up and hold them and stuff. And I don't know if he only liked to observe or if if he was wanted to pick them up. But look at that one. That's kind of like the one we saw earlier. And there's all kinds of breeders that come, from all over the place. I'd like to kind of do a live one night on Ben Rennick. Very interesting story in true crime. Oh, there we go, Lori. Oh boy. Oh, look at those. Those are the bearded dragons, guys. Aren't they cute? I want them to do the mating dance together. It is so hilarious. Oh, oh God. Ew, come on, beardies, eat those guys. Eat the spiders. Oh, look at that one now. That is pretty. Oh, oh, he looks evil though. Wow. Could you imagine if that thing decided to strike? Star said Rocky Mountain oysters. Nope, not gonna trick me with those. Up in Illinois, they have, well, yeah, I guess it would be up now, but yeah, they have a deal in Rockford, Illinois called the Turkey Testicle Festival, and that's where they eat turkey testicles, and it's a whole festival of it, and it's disgusting, and I've never been one to partake. Meow says we have something like that coming to Abilene, Texas, last week of September. They're all over. I was checking them out today, and I was like, wow, that is interesting, you know? Aw. Yeah, it is. It's like you can see through them, KJ. I've seen those lollipop seclusion. Oh, there's a little boy over there just having a ball. Peach State Python. So, guys, these are all pythons like what Sebastian had, but his was a ball python. Very curious snake, if I might say so myself, on that one. But they're all different types. I encountered like a really aggressive gardener snake one time, Star. Yeah, they had a whole it's a whole festival of turkey. I didn't know turkeys had balls to try. I wonder who decided, that would be a good idea. Let's cook that up for dinner. Oh shoot, turkey nuts. Oh boy, yeah, bull balls are the Rocky Mountain variety. That's what they call it, oysters. They're not oysters at all. But see, this is a great big one. Now this is in a different place. It seems like anyway. No, maybe it's the same warehouse. I don't know. It looked like they had black curtains up. So well, this was 4 years ago anyway. But this is where they were at. Some sort of a place like this. Oh, there's a guinea pig. Oh, wait, no, is that, what is that? The heck is this lady doing to this little guinea pig? Put a cape on him or something? Leopard something. I see why it would be like a leopard snake. The markings. I like the white one for some reason. That looks really, really cool. They're pretty. As long as they're in the cage. The honeybees will sting the shit out of them. Meow. Yeah, no way to spiders, right, Robini? Right? Oh gosh, no. I mean, and I wouldn't really want to have to feed them either, you know? They are gorgeous, right, Star? I mean, the markings on them are beautiful. And they're kind of cute in a way, but I'm like, if you didn't bite. That one's kind of interesting. It's like a nude color. But they are, they're very interesting. I can see why Sebastian liked them. But look at all the snakes. I mean, he would have really been able to see a lot of different types of snakes and learn a lot about them, you know? I mean, that's what's kind of neat about that too, about, there's good and bad and everything, so. Oh, haggis? Oh, calf fries. You ever see that movie, So I Married an Axe Murderer? This, this he eats Mike Myers says he eats the haggis. Or, and then I Google haggis. Okay, that's what it is. It's pretty gross. No, 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 no shade to anybody that eats haggis. No, I didn't hear that, Brenda Smith. Oh, yeah. Well, and I worked in food service, Brenda, and I'll tell you what, I couldn't even bring myself if I drop something on the floor, I would rather go out to the table and say, "Look, I get everybody else is eating their dinner, but I accidentally dropped something back there and I'm not going to serve it." Like, I can't imagine someone doing that. Oh, spitting in someone's food. That's one thing I'm like, oh, again, you might want to, but I couldn't. I couldn't do that. Oh, look at is that a bobcat? Oh, look. See, look, they just look miserable though, guys. I mean, I know I'm not going to turn into PETA over here, but I do. I'm like, aw, look at him. Wouldn't he rather be out and about, like running wild? Yeah, you would. You'd rather be out there running wild. Ooh, here goes another guy. I've eaten bison burgers before. Seclusion works. Ooh, look at that one. That one's interesting. Oh, oh, looks like me in the morning. I've never seen that type of bedding before. That's kind of different. What is this lady doing to this guinea pig? Is that like a real? That's weird. Oh, she has a top. She puts clothes on these. Oh my god. Wow. I've seen it all. Oh, look. Oh. Oh. See, they're all breeders that come to this. They got specialty geckos, not to be confused with Geico. I've had frog legs too. Oh, yes. Look at those. Aw, really? I didn't know that, KJ Mac. That's interesting. Guinea pigs are super sensitive. Here you can only buy these animals in pairs. It's not allowed to you're not allowed to just have one. That reminds me of ferrets. Um, if I ever had a ferret again, which they are really stinky creatures, um, I would buy two because I just think they enjoy company, even though they enjoy people. I think they enjoy each other's company. So that's smart, KJ Mac. I could see that. Oh, that's a newt. Thank you, Sasha. Sasha says that wasn't a gecko, that was a newt. Ferrets are poop mountains. Well, and the hell of it too is that like when they pee and stuff, like it smells like cats. It's like very potent. Um, Not the best smelling stuff. But yeah, it's amazing how many different types of, reptiles there are. Ooh, look, are those the Madagascar hissing cockroaches? Oh, oh no. Oh, it is a Madagascar hissing cockroach. Oof, yarb. I like calamari too, Robini. It just depends on where, like how it's, you know, where it comes from. Because sometimes it could taste like rubber bands fried rubber band. Um, this guy's got new teeth. See, here's some furries. Little furry. And I don't know what these guys are. They look like little. Well, those are mice. Oh, look at all of them. Poor babies. Are they enjoying themselves? I hope they are. That's sad. And those little mice are really, really smart. I know that. Oh, look at that guy. Hello. And I don't know what these guys are. Maybe you guys can help me out with what these are. Detroit. Now that's I think is a porcupine, isn't it? Hedgehog. Sorry, I called him a porcupine earlier. I think too. Aw, that one's just loving on her. How cute. They are cute. Badgers. Thank you, Seclusion. Aw. Yeah, the hissing cockroaches. Oh, they're like the grandpappy cockroach. Jeez Louise. See, now they said that people weren't allowed to bring their pets in. Oh, look at that guy hanging out. Um, but maybe this one they do. Oh, see, there's birds too. And there's a little mice. I'm surprised we haven't seen a ferret. Now that's a little porcupine, isn't it? Or am I just wanting to see a porcupine today? Oh, they're endangered. Sugar gliders. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Somebody hit a sugar glider in a hotel bag one time, and the police came in and busted them. And we were getting all their stuff together, and I heard something in the bag. And so before I threw it in with the rest of their stuff, I opened it and there was a damn sugar glider in it. I will never forget that. Oh, that's a huge rabbit. Did you meow? That is really cool. Hedgehog, another hedgehog in Detroit. I watched a wolverine chase a moose. Seclusion. I just got a funny visual in my head with that. Oh, look at that kitty. Now those are really, really cute. I can't say I wouldn't want a cat like that because I like cats. It's just so interesting these shows and stuff. I just kind of wanted to show you guys what they were, where they were, what they were doing. Definitely, I think something Sebastian would have really enjoyed, because he did like or he does like animals, and he liked to, be around a lot of different animals from what Katie was saying, what Seth has said. So, um, you know, I don't know. To me, again, it's just kind of like when they went to Disney. I was just kind of thinking, "Ooh, look at that." No, that's another thing that looks really yummy. That he would have really enjoyed um being able to participate in that. And then I just feel like I would just be sad. I would if it was me, and I was going to a place where my son liked to be. um there we go. See Sebastian a little bit better there. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to make it. Oh, prairie dogs. Yeah. Okay, prairie dogs. Thank you, Detroit. I'm so terrible with animal names. Oh, sugar gliders get into everything. Apparently, you have to majorly childproof your home. I researched because I wanted one, but I'm more realistic about what pets I can handle. Right. That's so true though, Magic Star, because it's like the exotic pets are cool and everything, but you really do have to take their best interests and your own into heart, you know? Yeah, they just went. This is them at the one that just happened at Gaylord Opryland. Here we go. Hold on, let me pull it in. Like this is the recent event that I showed the first video of was actual footage from that event. But there's old Chris looking like a kid in a candy shop, and Katie's just like, "Oh God, if you buy something, you know it's gonna be hell." No, I'm just kidding. I can't speak for her. Oh yeah, definitely Raw Beanie. Yeah, it was last weekend. It was last weekend, and they have like 1-day events or 2-day events. Um, but the one that they went to was a 2-day event. Oh, I know, and that's how I feel too, Lori. Like, yeah, like Mr. Chris is really gonna, take Sebastian to an event like this. He'd have too much fun. You know, Chris is all about himself, in my opinion, too. Yeah, yeah. No worries, Star. I mean, I just can't believe they went, and I mean, I'd be in tears, I think. I wouldn't want to be there. Yeah, even though that does look like he was possibly thinking as well. Yeah. Babson and Katie Proudfoot did nothing to raise awareness about her only child, her son, who is missing for over a year with zero clues where he is. You're a POS, Katie Proudfoot. I agree, Babs. And we didn't see her wearing a shirt. Um, and I understand there's other things to wear, but I mean you never see her wearing, even in the beginning they made shirts too. And I've yet to see Katie wear it again. You know, that would be a perfect opportunity for Katie to wear a shirt saying Sebastian's missing, right? Look at Desiree, Kyron Horman's mom. She would be wearing a t-shirt. She would be wearing a t-shirt, you know? So I don't know what's keeping Katie from doing that, except for maybe the fact that she doesn't want us talking about Sebastian anymore, in my opinion. Yeah, she definitely didn't look like she was enjoying herself. Yeah, KJ Mac, I agree. Maybe because of the criticism about the lack of raising awareness was incoming, who knows? Yeah, and I mean, also Chris, the night before Chris pulled that crap on Cluminati, or well, they pulled it together. I'm pretty sure it was all planned out and supposed to happen the way that it did, and everything like that. So yeah, I, and seclusion works. I agree with that. I would hate to say that without knowing for sure, but I do think that the proof is in her actions. Yeah, but it's Katie's son who is missing, and she did nothing, no flyers, nothing. Nothing. Detroit Rec City says our ferret was crazy. It would hide in the laundry and jump out and scare you. He loved ice cream and popsicles. Once I couldn't find him anywhere, I opened the freezer and he jumped out. Oh my goodness, Detroit. I have a picture of my ferret who was named Stinky, by the way. And I was looking all over for him too. I couldn't find him anywhere. And then I had like a chair and I had stuffed animals on it in my bedroom. I was a kid still when I had this ferret. And he was in all of, I have to find the picture. I know I have it somewhere, but he was in with the stuffed animals just with his head poked out. He was chilling and he like blended in. It was the funniest thing. I'm like, Stinky, what are you doing? Oh goodness. The ferrets are so cool. They really are. If they didn't stink so bad, I'd have one. But they do stink. Oh gosh. I need like a porch area that way I can have a ferret. Yeah, Magic Star says, I agree, seclusion. If my child was missing, I would wear a t-shirt with his info to every major event I attended. Not that I think I would want to go to very many. Well, and that's the thing, like you do have to get back out and do things, and I understand that. But I would do the same thing. I think I would look at it as an opportunity rather than, I don't know. It's very odd. I bet KJ Mac. I agree. I don't know how she does it. I don't, because I wouldn't want to be seen with him. I just wouldn't. The story of a boy who was found with a badger refers to the historical novel Incidents at Hawk Hill by Alan W. Eckert, based on a supposed true event from 1871 where a 7-year-old boy Harry had looked it up right in the middle school. Huh, cool. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, they should have both had Good point, Lori. They should have both had Sebastian's t-shirt on. I believe that too. I mean, what would it have hurt? But instead, it's go Vols. Ferret's gone wild. No, apparently it was the next day. I think it was like, oh wait, no, you're right, Robini, because it was Saturday. It must have been after the event then maybe. I think it said they only go to like 3:30. So they definitely would have been home of an evening if they went during the day. Hey, coffee crime and cats. Actually, I have a secondhand embarrassment for her as she walks around with them. I do too. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. And all of the dirty looks and people just, and I mean, rightfully so. Look what happened to Jaden Spicer's mom. She went over to McDonald's. People were mad as hell, and I don't blame them. What do you mean you're getting a Big Mac while your kid's out here missing? Everybody else looking for him, and you're okay to eat? All right, Scott Peterson Jr. Aw, poor little guy. I know, right? Oh my goodness, Detroit. He just wanted some ice cream. Aw. I had no albino female named Scamp. Aw, she would go back and forth and make noises and hide in my laundry too. Oh gosh, the way they side run is so cute. And then they're like, they make the little noise. My kids had hamsters for years. My daughter found one missing. We couldn't find it anywhere. Well, lo and behold, it was October, and we turned the heat on, and our boy, oh no. Oh, the little shit fried. Oh no, Lori. Oh my gosh. I'll never forget when I was little. I can't remember if my parents just got us the hamsters or what. I think it was. Um, I can't remember what it was for, but either way, they got us this hamster, and she was kind of fat, but like we didn't realize she was pregnant. And all of a sudden, I'm like, what are those little pink things in the cage? And we didn't realize it, like being little, we just picked the little babies up, and the mother ended up eating the babies because she was like protecting them. But it was the weirdest thing, and I was little too. I was like, that's weird. Yeah, Exactly. Roxy says, I bet they won't have Sebastian's t-shirt on at Pigfest. Everyone else will. Yeah. I can't believe they wouldn't go to a local event like that, you know? Yeah, I agree with that too, Babs. Katie chose Chris over her own son. I agree. Dawn Emery says, hey, Lady Freedom. Hey, Dawn. Oh, and the furnace. Yeah. Oh, because they like the little spots and they can get into them little spots, you know? I just don't understand how he's managed to marry 5 women. He's not good looking, he's not charming, he's not funny. What are they seeing in him? That's a good question, Scranton. I still don't understand it either. Um, and Chris has like an arrogance about him, you know, like, and he's very long winded in his execution of talking. Like, because I can see him, you know, maybe like going on a first date or something like that. Hey, Kylie's nail candy. And, you know, him being like, well, let me help you out with something. Let me make it. I mean, I would be so turned off. It would just be, you know, it would just be over with right there, you know? I believe that too. Katie chose money over Sebastian. It's the lifestyle, you know? It's the lifestyle. Um and I will say this, and this is coming from, you know, just like woman to woman, right? I don't know that Katie had a whole lot of a support system, right, in place. It sounds like a lot of her family members were, I don't know, for lack of a better way to say it, kind of distant. It seems like she talked to some of them and not others, and I don't know a whole lot about it. But I think that when you're moved or you choose to move, right, and you're in kind of your husband's territory, right, and his support system, it's very difficult, especially if you're dealing with a narcissist, which, in my opinion, Chris Proudfoot is textbook narcissist. And so it can make it to where you are reliant on people that you normally wouldn't rely on. And I think a lot of that comes with choosing the lifestyle, the money, all of that over Sebastian, who needed his own support system, right? Who should have been first and foremost. Um, he should have came first, you know? Your hamsters had a lot of babies, Lori. I'm telling you, it was the weirdest thing in the world. I think I was telling my parents, like, there's erasers in the hamster cage. I don't know where they, you know, I kind of remember us calling them like little erasers because they did look like the pink ones. Um, Robini says, how embarrassing would it be if something happened to you and you were found in that getup? Good question. I swear hamsters are descendants of lemmings. Star. Oh my goodness. I know the bracelets. I'm gonna see how much it is just to get those. I've heard it's so much money to like ship them from other people, and I'm like, that's crazy because they don't weigh a lot. But then again, I don't know. I don't send a whole lot of stuff through the mail. The first escape, the first date would make me escape out of the back door of the window. Oh Lord. Well, he's not. He's you know, and I think too, like personality makes a big difference, especially as you get older. You know, when you're younger, you're like, oh, that boy is cute, blah blah blah, and then you know, and everything. But yeah, I know. I'm gonna try to see what I can do about it. Meow. I'm gonna try. I don't know. Like, I don't want it to be. I just don't want it to be something where I'm biting off more than I can chew, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Hey, Veronica, truly. I agree. And she also never bonded with Sebastian like Seth did. Also, look how much Chris lies. He probably made up a line of shit. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, definitely. What's up, Veronica? No, I hear that, and look, I fell for the crap too. I mean, I can't judge somebody when I fell for the crap too, and I did move to a place where it was just, so in my opinion, Dr. CP is textbook narcissist. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's the issue because at first I was a little bit different in my perception of Katie, but that was just because I was going off of body language from one interview, right? That's all we kind of had to go off of. And look, I'm just going to say it like this. When your son is missing, right, or your child in general, and you were the last one with them, you should expect that. You should expect to see people side eyeing you. They're going to be watching everything you do, right? And that's just, it's not, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is that's just part of what happens. Um, it's just part of what happens. And, I saw someone ask earlier about what do I think about the phone call with Bobby? I think that it's not okay to record someone without their knowledge unless you are in a position where you feel like you're in danger. And I'm not saying that it's illegal to do that, right? Um, because in some states you don't have to have people's consent. It's like you can do it, like, for instance, Missouri is that way, right? Missouri, I could have a recording device, right, in my bra, and I could be recording our conversation, right? I could put a recording device up to the phone and record our phone call. Is it ethical? I don't think so. Not unless you have to. I have been in the position where I felt someone was being untruthful, and so I did record a conversation. So I'm not above it by any means. I just don't know that it was completely fair to put Bobby in that position. Now, with that being said, what she said during the phone call, if I didn't find any value in it, I would have never played it. So I do find value in it. Um, I think Bobby was being as truthful as she could have been. I really think that what she was saying was I think she believed what she was saying. Whether what she was saying was the truth or not, look, I don't know. She said someone was carrying Sebastian over their shoulder or something over their shoulder, right? So, and the thing is, UA, I see you. Look, it's perfectly legal for you to do that in Tennessee. So the fact that you did it, it's legal. I can't say nothing about it really, that you were within the confines of the law, you know? Um, so I think a better question that I have is why you're even in the chat, especially because whenever Wispy did a review on me, you were trying to find out my first, last name, and where I lived, which is pretty fucking creepy. So, I'm a little surprised to see you here. I was kind of trying to ignore you, but then again, I try not to censor people too much, especially if they ask a direct question. I would just rather focus my time and energy on people who are here every night that I know aren't full of bad and ill intentions, especially when you've pulled some of the things that you've pulled. So, when you come in here demanding we answer your question, many of us don't want to be in the same chat with you because of how rude you are, you know? And if you had come in here and said, "Hey, Lady Freedom, I'm sorry that I was so rude and trying to, you know, find out where you live before my stalker white boy and his wife did," it would have been a totally different ball game. I'm welcoming of everybody's opinion in here. Everyone's opinion matters, right? But it's about how you execute it. I don't go into other people's chats and demand answers from anyone. Well, whether you remember it happening or not, it happened. I have screenshots. So that is irrelevant. But you don't just come into someone's chat and demand answers. I think that's extremely rude. You see what I'm saying? It's rude. And the fact of the matter is we have a child who has been missing, and everybody wants to be in the spotlight. Everybody wants to be, yeah, we don't need anybody to be rude. But the thing is that it's not about us. It's not about creators on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, wherever we put out content, right? It's not about that. It's not about anybody that talks about true crime cases, anything like that. It's about the children who are missing. And I've said it before too. There are plenty of us that on any other subject, we might get along and agree 100%. Maybe there's subjects that we just completely disagree on, we never will get along. But when it comes to Sebastian's case, there's something really wrong here. It's not normal to see a parent, right? And I'm being as respectful as I possibly can be to Chris Proudfoot, because in my opinion, he's not a parent to his daughter. He doesn't live in the same state with her. He's not a parent to Sebastian when he refuses to look. And since I answered your question, Yue, I have a question for you. Why do you think it is that we have two parents, Katie Proudfoot, who was the last one with her son, and Chris Proudfoot, who are both militarily trained in search and rescue, yet neither one of them have been out? And I'm not counting drone. I'm talking about if they really thought that Sebastian left the house on his own, right? Walked away barefoot. Why aren't they looking around the media area of their house? Because if you try to walk around barefoot, I'd like to know how far you would get. For almost 2 years. I hope we don't make it to the 2-year mark. I really hope we don't. Sorry, I'm going up in the chat here, guys. Hold on a second. Well, I'm going to give people priority UA over you when you just come in my chat and you expect to have some sort of priority when you've never even been in here. Look, KJ Mack is always in here. Sasha's always in here. Lori's always in here. All my mods that are always in here, they're going to get priority over you, especially if I think you're coming in here just to start shit. But I've let you say your stuff. I've let you talk, haven't I? I didn't block you, did I? No, but I'll get to you last because I look at you as the last priority in my chat when you're not here to support me. Well, that's good. I'm glad you have. Thank you. I appreciate that. Uh, I'm not really into having guests up here, but you could email me. We can talk about it privately. Um, Cinderella, Cinderella, don't do it. No, it's okay, guys. It's look, this is the deal. I don't have a problem debating or talking to anybody. Look, I was the kid where my parents went to teacher conference and said, no matter where we put her, she talks to people. That's just how I am. I could be very nice to somebody and not really even like them, right? Somebody could do something awful to me and I can forgive them for it. I don't forget, obviously, but I forgive. But just don't come in here demanding answers because that's disrespectful. Coffee crime of cats. You know, I mean, I understand it's a lot to type or whatever, but um I understand that. I completely understand that. It's just it's my channel name and I agree with that. I say that a lot too. You know, it does get misconstrued through text. But it's just my channel name with no apostrophe at gmail.com. So Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. And look, guys, I don't like a hostile environment. So I kind of do steer clear of that kind of stuff. Um, but I will talk to anybody. And, you know, I think that having an open mind, right? Um, yeah. And, you know, and I'll tell you, a lot of it too that I understand from when I received that audio, that was from one of your people, and we'll just talk about it in the email. That was somebody from your camp that gave that to me because she wanted to use it as content, and she wanted me to do all the hard work and editing of the audio. So she sent it to me and said, if you know, can you edit this so I could share it? And you can share it too. And I said, sure. You know, but yeah, and I was getting Steven doing stuff in the woods, and she was sending me all kinds of stuff from that side of the fence, right? Stuff that I wouldn't even have or care to have. But now when it comes to Sebastian's case, yeah, if there's witnesses in the neighborhood, I want to know about it. You know, I want to know about it. But I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people, you know, don't want me talking about certain subjects or they're off limits or, you know, I'll be threatened or someone will come to my house or whatever. Hey, sunshine. So, you know, well, I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that because and I didn't bash anybody in the audio. I tried not to. I tried to be as honest as possible about where, you know, it came from or whatever. Um but at the end of the day, I am, you know, interested in hearing, like, it's weird that none of the neighbors have wanted to come out and talk. Hey, Maui son, you know, we all just want to know. And the bad part is that Chris and Katie, in my opinion, now this is just my opinion, have pitted us all against each other because it's fun for them to sit back and laugh at us fighting each other. You know, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think anybody should come to anybody's house. Like, we can totally beef online, you know? That's a whole nother thing. I mean, do I think it goes to an extreme? Yeah, because it's not look, it's not right to make somebody feel like crap about having an opinion. Does it get on my nerves, some of the people that have opinions? Sure. Of course it does. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm not listening to this person." You know? But well, I just wish that Katie would be more forthcoming. Look, we've heard every story except for Where's Sebastian, you know? Every single story that she has told up until this point has been dishonest. Like, you lose me when you're dishonest. I would rather somebody tell me the truth, right? Or the truth as they see it and hurt my feelings than for them to lie to me. It hurts my feelings worse to be lied to. I feel like you think I'm an idiot, right? Like I can't figure out that you're lying to me. And sometimes, I give people the benefit of the doubt and then I get even more mad because I'm like, okay, shame on me then. Never should have given the benefit of the doubt. Oh, seclusion, of course. Whatever language you would like, my dear. I just might not be able to read it out loud. Okay, because there's I'm pretty good at English. The other languages I speak English / whatever other language. KJ Mex says, then save the chat and use the master coach to give you pep talks. I'm sustaining an activity I hated. I'm 1 month. I'm yeah. Well, and that's the thing. We're all going to see it in a little bit of a different way, right? Even people that I completely agree with on certain subjects in this case, I disagree with them on others, right? Like one example would be if she genuinely doesn't know where he is, that's one thing. But the thing is that there would have been something caught on camera, in my opinion. Chris himself said there's a Ring doorbell that points right to the, door across the street, right? If there was a window left open, right? Or if there was a screen cut or some kind of indication that someone came in and grabbed Sebastian or that he left on his own, I would understand that. Now, Chris and Katie said that he walked out the front door because that would be the door that he would have to go out of that wouldn't require a key to lock it back up, right? Because the front door had the code on it. Any of the other doors, Katie stated, would be very loud. And then if he went out the window, right, then he would have stepped on the bushes, probably screamed. Chris was like, he would have woke us all up or everybody would have woke up, right? And he puts his foot in his mouth with that. Those were things that he said. I didn't make that up on him. I wouldn't lie on him or Katie. I have nothing to gain from it. That doesn't help find Sebastian either. That's just me pushing my own shitty narrative if I did that. Because that's what it is when you're going to lie on someone. You know, it's kind of like when people said that I didn't really earn my real estate license just because I let it lapse because I moved to a different state. It's absolutely insane. Attacking somebody has nothing to do with the case except for talking about it, right? Speculating. And I've always used Chris and Katie's words. I never made up my own words. I've never come up here and said, well, I think this is what Katie said. No, I play it for everybody. I put my 2 cents in, what I think of it, and then I ask the chat. We've always kind of done it like that. Even in my videos before, I'd play it all through, and then at the end, I would tell people what I thought. Hey, Sandy. So I mean, yeah, all the other doors required keys, is my understanding. But see, they don't have any lights on outside their house. Like, here's my deal, too. Look, Katie was by herself. So for one, she works for a home security system. She's an installation tech, right? She's real smart. She's an absolutely smart woman, militarily trained. Her husband's out of town and she doesn't have her camera system hooked up. She doesn't have the lights on so everybody can see it's very well lit. Isn't she worried about her and Sebastian's safety at all? Because it's strange, right? It's strange. That's the thing about the advocacy. You know, perfectly imperfect boy mom says maybe she doesn't know where he went. Then why does she not look for him and why doesn't she advocate for him? Why doesn't she look for answers? Why is she okay with mocking and cruelty? I mean, that's the thing that I don't understand. I mean, you guys that have been with me for a long time, you know about a lot of the things that I probably overshared. But in the same way, um, my ex-husband was horrible to me, right? And it takes two to tango, don't get me wrong, but in the same way, I lack the strength to do the same kind of damage, right? And then also, um, a big psychological uh, hurt, right? But the problem is that if it really came down to it, I would be supportive of him looking for our daughter, and I wouldn't dare make fun of him because I would be so hurt myself that I would probably cry watching him suffer, watching him search, watching him beg outside of the police station. And I mean that in no offense at all, right? But that's what he was doing. He was searching for answers, begging outside of the police station. And I'll be damned if I would have let him stand out there by himself or let my husband mock him. Because I'm here to tell you, if I didn't kick him to the curb for other reasons, that would have been the time. You don't allow for that stuff. She's sitting behind the scenes, hiding and acting like a jerk, in my opinion. It's just like my ex-husband asking me for a picture with my daughter at her college graduation. I grinned and I bared it for her, right? He kind of put me on the spot too, Johnny on the spot. Oh, hey, Trish, you want to take a picture? Yeah, I guess so, asshole. But I still did it because it wasn't for me. It wasn't about me. It was about my daughter and her huge accomplishment. And that's the best example I can give to kind of put it into perspective that a good parent, a good mother doing everything for their child will bury the hatchet at some point and realize that it's not about her anymore. It's about him. When did Katie ever put Sebastian first is my question. Because she put him on the back burner in order for her to work, right, to serve our country in the Navy. I have never faulted Katie for that. As a matter of fact, I've somewhat said, "Hey, I can't say that it's not okay for a mom to go out and do the same thing a dad would do, right? Because that would be hypocritical of me." So just like if Seth wanted to go join the Navy, nobody would be looking at him like sideways, right? They would say, "Oh, thank you for your service, sir." Well, I'm going to do the same thing to Katie. "Thank you for your service, ma'am." But in the same way, we have to look at that as something that is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing, right? The roles are reversed in a sense. So, yeah, and they could get it, well, and that's it. They could get it if she when she enlisted, they could get in the Navy and they could also get insurance and housing. Absolutely. I think that they did what the best thing that they could for their family. And I can't fault Seth for that. I can't, and I won't fault Katie for it. And I've been very careful not to do it because, again, that's sexist and hypocritical. You know, I think whichever parent we've talked about it here too. When my daughter was little, I worked opposite schedules from my ex-husband. Was that good on our marriage? Probably not, but it was the best thing for our daughter. You also have to figure childcare in, you know? And I will say, that it's been alleged that Katie and Chris did have cameras, you know? Um, but then they all of a sudden they didn't, you know? I think Katie was in the Navy longer than 4 years. I believe. Well, and that's a good point. KJ Mack is certain someone knew about the license plate readers. Yeah. Yeah. He paid attention to surveillance around. Well, and another thing is too is that the story just doesn't add up, right? Because if I was to say to you guys, my child went missing, but all the doors were locked and none of the windows were broken into. Windows only lock one way, right? We can't go out the window and lock it up before we leave. They lock from the inside. So that takes care of all the windows. The doors, there was a keypad on the front door. Every other door you have to have a key for, Katie says, right? And it does bother me that law enforcement didn't bother to do an audit on the locks or take fingerprints on the door handle, right? Specifically the front door, but they could have done that to any of the doors, but they failed to do so. They failed to do so. So that's what's, you know, another thing that's so baffling. Well, and that's the thing, we none of us know that, Babs. Absolutely, none of us know that, but my thing is that, why are people so willing to come in, right, and just say, "Well, I know this for a fact, they didn't have this, we're just going off of what they said, right? That's all. That's all. I mean, it's just like any of it. We're going off of what they're telling us. So for us to be mad at each other, that's so silly. Because honestly, we need to be looking at Katie, right? If none of those things exist, right? The windows weren't tampered with, the doors, the exterior of the property, nobody saw Sebastian coming out anywhere. We didn't see him walking down any of the streets. And again, guys, I need to point to this. I have to. And I don't recommend it, but if you really have to get the full effect, go outside with no shoes on and see how far you can walk without shoes. Just try it if you don't believe me. Hey, Billy B for you. And look, I spent a good chunk in Missouri. Good chunk of time down there. Love to go to the rivers, love to go to the lake. I mean, floating's a huge thing in Missouri. We love it. We love floating down the river. Like a bunch of old hillbillies just floating on a just floating on a river raft. That's what we call them. We get those big inner tubes. They're called a river rat. And a lot of us were river rats. And we like to go down to the river. We like to float and have a good old time. You know? But you didn't dare walk around down there without no shoes on because it's rocky, it's hilly. I mean, my friends live on they have a property. They don't live down there. It's their summer house. It's straight up a hill, guys. You to get to the lake, they live right on the lake, right on a cove. And you got to walk down a big ass hill to get there. All rocks. All rocks. And I'm here to tell you, if you're not careful, one of those rocks might not be too stable. You'll fall and bust your ass. That's what's going to happen. You know, um, you don't walk barefoot. Tennessee looks very similar, in my opinion. I haven't been floating down there. I don't know if you guys do that, but it's very similar, in my opinion. You ain't walking with no shoes on, even if he walked on the pavement. But again, he would have been caught on camera somewhere. You know, he was 5'6" when he went missing, right? So, well, look at it from this point. They would have had been able to confirm some of the stuff Ellie has questions about if the camera's in the home at that time. But see, I cannot, I understand your point, but what I can't understand is how Katie didn't have any type of security system, even though it's been alleged that they did. And her husband was working out of town a lot. Like that's another thing that doesn't add up. So I'm not saying they did have cameras for sure because I don't know. But excuse me, it doesn't add up that they wouldn't have them either. Well, I will say that both parents said all of his shoes were sitting by the front door, and that's one thing we can corroborate with all three of them. Yeah, CP was in the Navy for 16 years, but I don't know how long Katie was. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is it's not in Sebastian's history, even though it was not as cool as it maybe one would think in February. It was a little bit nicer that night. But I do think that Sebastian is the type of person, because of his autism, that does have sensory issues. Right off the bat, that would tell me that he wouldn't leave without shoes. Another thing that would tell me that is that Sebastian had that incident with the fire ants, right? And so he didn't like being without shoes. Katie also said that Sebastian is allergic to grass. Now, again, I'm going to say that when I looked all of this up, it wasn't that time of year for as much grass, like pollen, dander, whatever you want to call it. But still, with Sebastian not liking to be dirty, not liking bugs, I don't think he's going to walk out without shoes. But if he did walk out without shoes and he did go barefoot, which, okay, say he did, he wouldn't have made it far, even on the pavement. Even on the pavement, because look, I used to be in the beginning thinking to myself, what if Sebastian and Katie were not having a good day? Now, this is way before we saw the Texas Roadhouse footage, way before, right? And I thought, what if they got into an argument that night and then Sebastian said, okay, mama, I'm going to go to bed. Good night. And everything was cool. And he decided, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm done dealing with this. Whatever was bothering him, whatever they got into an argument about, look, he's a teenager. So I thought maybe he thought, you know what? I'm going to my dad's, because that's what kids who are in a divorce situation do. They will bounce back and forth. The grass is always greener on the other side. I'm mad at mama. I'm mad at daddy. I'm going to go here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do what I want. That's a teenager. You know, it's the grass is always greener. So yeah, maybe he did go to his dad's, but if he went off in the direction, because they all also confirmed this too, that Sebastian could have made it to his dad's house. He knew the route. He knew familiar routes. He could have made it to Culver's. You know, I would have been thinking at first, and I did think maybe he took off to his dad's and he didn't make it. But again, if the evidence points that way, why aren't they looking in that direction? Because again, he wouldn't have made it far on foot. with no shoes on. Now, if he had taken shoes, that'd have been a whole different ball game. Same thing if the house had been tampered with, if a door was left open, unlocked rather, not open, not ajar, but I'm saying unlocked. If one of the windows was, I would have thought, oh, what if Sebastian did sneak out that night to meet some friends that nobody knew about? And then he fully intended on coming back, but something bad happened to him, right? Or maybe he ran off with them and he's somewhere out there. I would consider those, but where the evidence is leading us is in a completely dark direction, in my opinion, where Katie knows, but she doesn't want to tell us. Well, here's the thing about people who are trying to get away with something, though, UA. I get what you're saying. All right. So, that's a huge red flag that Katie is sending up, but she sent up several of them. She's changed the story several times, right? And that's the problem. It's all right. It's all right, coffee, crime, and cats. I mean, here's the thing. We're very strong-minded people. All of us are stubborn as hell, or we still wouldn't be talking about this. So I'm not worried about it. And I'm okay with people saying their feelings and stuff as long as people aren't disrespectful to each other, right? I want to keep it respectful. Hey, Deborah. Well, and that's the problem with the 3 a.m. flashlights, right? It is. But really, I would really like you to answer that too, though, when it comes to why they're not looking for Sebastian. If they're militarily trained, arguably better than any of us could be, right? Then why aren't they looking for Sebastian? You would think that they would be out there like, okay, this is what we think happened, but they're not doing that. It's really it's just hard for me to even fathom it. And that goes for the police too. Look, they're not out there. Like, it was weird, right? I was thinking, all right, we're going to see Seth out there demonstrating, right, in front of the police station. And we're going to see a hustling, bustling police station, right? They're busy as hell. They don't have any time. They don't have a budget. They don't have the resources. They don't have this. They don't have that. I can go on and on about the excuses I made up in my head for these sorry ass bastards that ain't looking for him. But then I see Seth standing out there. I mean, didn't bring him a water, didn't wave at him, didn't say, hey, I understand what your frustration. We're working on it. Please, I know you don't believe us, but we're working on it. Anything like that. Nothing. And then it's like sleepy, you know, it's like podunk, right? I mean, look, I've lived in a lot of different places in terms of a big city and then like really, really small country, right? Podunk. For you guys that, don't know what podunk, that's like living out in the sticks country. Nothing, If you sneeze, you'll miss the town, right? Better not sneeze. There's tons of places like that in Illinois as well. It's just cornfields. It's a little different. But I mean, you don't typically see a lot of action in those small country places, right? That's why people like living there. Low crime rate, it's quiet. Quiet, so quiet that it's eerily quiet for someone who comes from the city, right? And then you see like a big city where it's always something popping off, right? Sirens left and right. This is happening, that's happening. I would equate Sumner County Sheriff's Office to podunk, and they're not doing jack all for these kids. It's the same thing for Summer Wells. And it's all right, It's totally okay. They're fine with the status quo. And as a matter of fact, from what I've heard, Sheriff Craddock won't even talk to somebody, won't even answer a question, won't even sit down and have an interview, won't do an update. I mean, it's just, it reeks of corruption. Oh no, UA, I don't think that you had anything to do with my address being put out. No, you were just asking what my name is and where I live. I know that you didn't have anything to do, or I don't think you did. But trust me, I know who did. I know who's behind all of it. And when, my stalker gets up there and says, I'm texting this, I'm going to show up to your house and I'm going to let Chris Proudfoot know and give him the link. Come on, Chris Proudfoot. Really? I mean, it's ridiculous. And I'm not going to be intimidated not to talk about Sebastian. If he doesn't want to hear me talking about Sebastian, he doesn't have to come over here. I don't go to where he is intentionally. I mean, I don't know what chats he's in, but I'm just saying, um, yeah, I mean, you could definitely email me. I just don't like to drop a link and have a whole shit fest up here. I'm not into that. You know, it's about Sebastian. It's about figuring out what happened to this young man. And look, do I think that Sebastian had reasons to run away? Sure. It might have been overwhelming for him. He had a lot of big transitions coming up. I think he had a lot of feelings. I think he was going through a lot. A lot. And it's sad. It's sad as hell to think about everything that he was having to go through, and a lot of it he was suffering in silence. Look, no child should have to be looking up, how do I handle a bully? It's part of life, right? We've all been bullied. There's not one single one of us who has lived long enough on this planet, like even say, to the age when you start going to school, that you haven't experienced a bully or somebody being mean to you or somebody that didn't like you. It happens all the time. It's not about that. It's about Melissa Proudfoot videotaping Sebastian at his birthday party, and he's telling her, stop, Aunt Melissa. Stop. Grow up. I told you to stop, quit. I mean, he's making this face at her, and he's mad. That's his face at his Aunt Melissa. Now, I don't know how everybody else grew up here, but yeah, my cousins would tease me. I was the oldest, so I was the teaser. To my brother's 2 years younger than me. But my like aunts didn't tease me. God, no. They like had more sense than that. But for Sebastian to have to deal with that, look at his face. That's his birthday, man. That's his fucking birthday. And that's him looking at his bully and saying, stop. How do I know if that he didn't Google that and that's what came back? You look at them and you tell them to stop. Because anytime I've ever researched how to handle a bully, it says stand up to them. Stand up to them and they will stop. And that's what it looks like Sebastian's doing, in my opinion, is taking a stand and saying, enough is enough. Leave me alone. Quit. I still have the entire video of the, what was it? The Great Game Show or something it was called. Yeah. And I mean, that was posted to Facebook. I think I don't know who got the video or she posted it herself, but Like, who does that? You know, it's one thing to tease somebody a little bit. Look, I think it's all in good fun. You know, I might tease my girlfriend, you know, and I think it's funny if they tease me, you know, or if somebody points something out that I got wrong or something, it kind of makes me laugh and I'm like, "Oh god, yeah, you're right." You know, I mean, I'm not you know, I'm not above it. I'm a person. I make mistakes. I'm going to get stuff wrong. Hey, Jude, you know, we're all in the same boat like that. And I say it all the time. If we are going to cover this case, holy crap, are all of us going to get it wrong? None of us are going to come out smelling like roses in this case. At a certain point, somebody somewhere is going to review one of us and say, "Well, look at this ass clown. They really got this part wrong." Because it's so convoluted. And they want us to fight with each other. And I'm just not going to do it. I think that we're smarter than that. I think we could have a conversation with each other. You know, I don't think it takes that much to say, okay, hey, I can concede your point, but I don't see it the way you do. You know, I mean, I just don't see how you would be able to explain the flashlight video any better than most people looking at it. You know, I don't know why they won't just release the damn whole video. They say it's not evidence, but it has to be. I mean, I'm interested to know. Well, I think Bobby might have given it to Nick Barris. You know, I mean that's my best guess. And you know, I don't want to target anybody that had given the video. You know, maybe they weren't supposed to, maybe they were, you know, maybe it was okay at the time and then people backtrack and thought, "Oh shit, that wasn't a good idea. Look at what happened," you know? Um but nevertheless it's out there, and I will say that it's got to be the only evidence of activity around Sebastian's house. And if it wasn't for the one source going back to where it came from and then Katie being the only one left in the house, I mean, it's just deduction. It's not me being like, "You know what? I don't like Katie. I don't like the way she looks. I think she's." No, because I don't. And I've even said I think Katie's smart. I think she's pretty. I think she's capable. I've never said anything horrible about Katie except for when I see her treating Sebastian like he doesn't matter. That's when I go into like a I'm overprotective of this child that I don't even know. I don't know this child. All I know is what we've heard, right? And all I know is what I've seen from his mother. And it's absolutely sad because my mom like was my biggest fan. She really was. You know, she's hard on me. She taught me how to be a hard worker, the whole 9 yards. You know, when I did wrong, she let me know. You know, and I'm glad for it because I wouldn't be the person I am without her. You know, but in the same way, my mother would never ever say, "Oh well, I'm going to go out with my husband now and go to an animal expo," knowing that I loved animals and that my whole life I dreamed of being a veterinarian. And I know Sebastian said I only want to work with cats, which is awesome, you know? Um what a sweet kid. You know, and that's what I know about Sebastian. That's what I know from what his parents have said. Hey, Ann Reynolds, you know, I listen to what they're saying. I've tried to take it for what it's worth. But with Katie, I can't ever believe what she says because she's lied so many damn times. Yeah, I understand that, UA, and I've told people that too. Yeah, the flashlight video that Nick Barris showed is the video being played, right? And then someone taking their cell phone and recording it, right, from there, and then zooming in at the particular spot that they zoomed in on. Yeah, we do know that here because I mean, I in the spirit of being transparent, you know, because especially when I re-show the flashlight video, you can kind of tell it's a little bit shakier, right? Yeah. Yeah, definitely, Karen. I'm very much I'm very much about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, if we had something else, I would follow that evidence, right? If the police tomorrow came out and they said, "All right, guys, we want to show you this footage of Sebastian walking down Long Hollow Pike," I would say, "Holy shit balls. What are we going to do?" It's kind of like when At Night comes out and says, "We got footage of the bowling alley, right? Strike and Spare. We got footage there, and Katie was only in there for 10 minutes and they didn't play any games." Well, the first thing my mind goes to is March 17th, Duchess for the Missing. Katie saying, "We couldn't go bowling, so we played games, and then we went to the Texas Roadhouse for dinner." That all sounds all well and fine until we find out that Katie was only at the Strike and Spare for 10 minutes. So either she went there at, say, 3 o'clock, right? And figured out there was no way to bowl. And so they didn't play games. They only stayed for 10 minutes. And then where did they go? Because the problem with Katie's story is there's so many holes in her timeline. What do we know about holes in the timeline? That there's an issue. It's just like Emmanuel Harrow's mother. She says to everybody, "I was in the parking lot changing his diaper, and all of a sudden somebody comes up and said 'Hola' and punched me in the face. And I don't remember anything anymore." Oh, bullshit. Because let me tell you, we watched another woman who was attacked in a parking lot, right? And she remembered every detail. And this woman had a full ass shiner and then bruising all over her poor little head because she was assaulted. Rebecca Harrow's shiner was old and had been healing up for whatever 9 days, right? The holes in someone's story is a huge red flag, and that's anybody. I would say that if my daughter told me a story. "Okay, mom, this is what happened, and but I don't remember some of it. I just said, uh, all right, you need to start telling me again." Right? You got to try to remember. But there's only so much grace that can be given. Well, and I can understand maybe a feeling of being close like that, but why didn't she wear his t-shirt? You know? Why didn't she wear his t-shirt? Rosebud says, "I agree. Release the video in its entirety and show us what they see, and we can check it off and be able to move forward from it. It's called a receipt. No finger pointing, just clarity." Rosebud, thank you. We have a voice of reason. Thanks for being here, Rosebud. It's true, though. It's true. You know, it would help tremendously for clarity, for us to all be on the same page, for us to say, "Okay, we can stop worrying about this and move on." None of us like being in a hamster wheel. We're people, right? We don't like to just sit there and spin, 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 spin. It drives us bonkers. That's part of the frustration we all feel. Rob Beanie says, "Well, what does this have to do with the damn video?" I know. Yeah, I know. I do understand that. UA. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I've been talking way too much today, and I smoked too many cigarettes. But yeah, I get it. I get it. The problem is that we do have a lot of people, right? Just a lot of people that will make things up as they go, instead of looking into it a little bit more. Chris made him get rid of two. Chris made him get rid of Sebastian's cats too because Chris is allergic. Well, Katie got rid of them for Chris, so she chose Chris over her son. And see, this is the problem. This is why we think stuff like that, though. And I agree, Babs. That's why. That's what it comes down to. And I agree with that too, C. Taylor. That we're aware of the shaky video recording of another recording of the actual event, but that doesn't change the event, right? C. Taylor, that's what I'm saying too about it. Because even considering that, but I do want you all to consider it, especially because I was gonna show like a cleaned up version of it, right? Where somebody had taken and cleaned it up. Um, Hell, we haven't shown Carrie's video from that really small little channel. I'm sure she works hard as hell. But look, I don't know where she got it from, and I can't get a hold of her. So am I going to show it here? No, because I don't know if she altered the video from the Texas Roadhouse. She might not have. It could be honest Abe, and I could regret it later. But we're dealing with something really, really serious here if we're saying that Sebastian was handed off after the Texas Roadhouse to some person in a green hoodie. You know, and again, it's a little sketchy. I wish they would have put up some flyers. I wish she would have been wearing the t-shirt. I would have been applauding her. I'd been like, look, guys, at least she's out wearing the t-shirt, you know? It's not up to me to tell Katie what to do either. She could do whatever she wants. Whatever she wants. But it's a big red flag. And it's about lying about things like that, like the games. That's the first thing that went to my mind. I go, holy shit, but she told us they played games, but wait a minute, they didn't. And then I'm like, well, what did they do? Just go to the Texas Roadhouse for 10 minutes just to show their faces? Not like Sebastian's in on it, but I'm saying they were both there, allegedly, according to what they're saying. Right? And I'm still like waiting to see the video before I make a decision on it. But I mean, if they did stop in right before the Roadhouse, right? It takes 10 minutes to get from Strike and Spare to the Roadhouse. We looked it up, right? 9 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. If she arrives right then there's something weird about it. And then if they left and went someplace else and ended up at the Texas Roadhouse when they did, where did they go? Did they go back to Dara and hang out with Dara for a while? Why didn't Katie tell us about her going out and hanging out with Dara? What's the big deal? You know? What's the big deal? You know? Guys, I just try to give people a chance. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to. I think in the spirit of what's happened today, it's not a bad thing to allow people to at least say something. Hey, Faye, but I mean, nobody answered my question either about what about they're not searching? What about Sebastian wouldn't have made it far without shoes, so they only have, that kind of lessens the radius of places that he could be too, you know? That's where it gets really tricky for me too, Deborah says. Yeah. And I agree. That's where it gets so tricky. The Texas Roadhouse, the car video, the drive home, the garbage being taken to the end of the driveway, right, Deborah? And the 3 a.m. lights. And the 3 a.m. lights. You know? And that's the thing. And it's tough. Oh, I hope she has a great day at school, Magic Star. Just A cutie pie she is. Absolutely no mom doesn't look for her son, no matter, or excuse me, no mother takes off and leaves her home and would stay just in case he came home unless they already knew why and he wasn't coming home. I agree with that, Veronica. That's another thing that really gets me. Um, it really does, because I wouldn't want to leave the house. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. And maybe that's just me, you know? Maybe that's just me. Thanks, Hey Jude. Yeah, oh gosh, I believe Justin. Justin is a good person, guys. He really is. Thank you, Sunshine. You guys are doing great too. I appreciate you guys being adults and chatting and debating in an adult way. Adulting and debating adulting. Um, yeah. Good night, Babs. Thank you. Prayers for a peaceful, blessed, safe Friday for everyone. XOXO. It's Friday, guys. It's Friday. It's Friday. I love Friday, even though even though it's kind of like not a regular work week for me, but I still love Fridays as I did when I was working all the time too. So, yeah. And then the truck being in the geofencing. Faye, that's a good point. And we just don't know, right? We don't. If we had, and that's the thing too. I've been trying to establish a timeline, right? For myself. I get that look, I never proclaimed to be like any type of a like an expert of anything really, right? Except for just like my experiences. I can say safely like, hey, I went through this before so I can understand this or that or whatever, but we all have that. Um trying to be an adult, fighting hard, seclusion. Oh my goodness, no, you guys do a great job. I really appreciate you guys, and and that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with like hearing somebody else say something, like, right? It's not going to burn our ears off, but again, a lot of it too can be frustrating at this juncture because we are going to be on 19 months. I really never thought that Sebastian would be missing this long. I really never thought he would. You know, if we look at other outcomes, we also see that children are found very fast, especially if they walk off on their own, right? Um, Lady, no, that's the most mothers. You would not be able to make me stop looking. I would never move from my home. Yeah, Scranton, I feel that. I'd be screaming from the rooftops every minute of the day. Oh gosh, the police would hate me. They would, Scranton. They'd be like, "Oh, here comes crazy. Here she is," and they'd be hiding. They'd be looking through the blinds. Oh shit, here she is again. I really would be that way. I've had to be that way a couple of times, unfortunately, and I won't go into that. Um, so if you have a channel and you want to talk to other creators, you issue an invitation. You don't crash their chats. Use some manners and decorum. I know. I never would. I just never would, just because, um, you know. But I will say, the closest I've come was in a chat where it was being talked about already, and I just asked a question, and I was absolutely attacked, and people were like, "Lady Freedom, did you stab someone? Is it true?" I was like, "If you're really afraid that I stabbed someone, would you ask me that kind of question? If you were really thought that I did that, like, wouldn't you be afraid to ask a question of somebody that cuts people?" Because I'm pretty sure you can't really believe that and ask that to me to my face. But okay. But no, I agree with that. But I did take a chance. And it was, you know, it went over as well as I expected. It was a turd in the punch bowl, but that's okay. Police is like saying to the feets, if 3:10 a.m. the vehicle is not silver Q8 QX80, it's a reflection of the CP's truck lights. Oh Lord. Well, and I mean, here's the thing. I still don't know how true that is, but he did get up on that panel and buddy, mm, mm. Well, that's the reason why I won't let people up, Rob Beanie, on the fly, because I don't know if they're gonna come up here and be like, Lady Freedom, you're a fucking bitch, you know what I mean? Or say something. What if they say like, I'm sorry, but like a racial slur or something like that? And I'm not talking about to me, I'm just talking about, one of the worst ones that we all know and can figure it out, right? I don't want that crap. And I'm not saying that that's what that person would do at all. Never. I'm not saying that because I don't know and I'm not going to speculate, but I'm just saying that's another reason I won't. I've watched some real dirty shit go down on these streets, right? And I've experienced it. Aw, thank you, Hey Jude, for the $2 super chat. We love Hey Jude. Oh, yeah, let me look, Rosebud. Sorry, guys. And I'm sorry if sometimes I miss things in the chat because I'm just scrolling away here. Let me see, Rosebud. You always have good comments too, Rosebud. And sometimes, because you guys know me, I'll be reading everybody's stuff and then I'll get really, really behind. To be honest, lady, I wish you would have dropped a link to put her on the spot, answer those questions so she was avoiding here on her side. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I don't want a one-sided conversation, perfectly and perfect boy mom. That's the whole problem. See, I missed your good comment there too. Um, that's the problem. Because if look, if we're having a conversation and I ask you a question, then it's nice of you to answer me. That's why I did, right? It was delayed, I'll agree. But it was purposefully delayed because I was actually kind of taken back for a second that you know somebody was in my chat like that, right? But it's not that's not that's neither here nor there. But what I'm saying is, and I'm so sorry. I think I missed your comment, Rosebud. Where are you? But yeah, if you're gonna ask me a question and I answer you, then riddle me back, right? Riddle me, Batman. I want to know. I need to know because if we're gonna have a conversation, then that's just respect, It's just showing respect. But if you're gonna be the only one asking questions, then that's totally one-sided. And it's not fair to the cause, right? It's not having a conversation anymore. It's you asking all the questions and me answering. So in that case, that's kind of like an interrogation, no? You know? Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna run. My coffee just kicked in. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna use the ladies' room really quick. But talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Oh, alrighty. I'm sorry. Was, woo. I drank a lot of coffee, and all of a sudden I was like, okay, I need to use the bathroom. Yeah, conversations are great because we can get to the bottom of things, but it can't be one-sided. I don't do one-sided. Hey, Red Eye LAX to Boston. Good to see you. I don't know. Here's the thing I've heard. I've heard Katie pass the polygraph. I've heard she was on prescription. Uh, starts with an X, right? Ends with an X. I've heard that, right? I don't know if it's true. That's why I won't push one way or another. Now, if I had some proof and I'm like, but here's the proof I do have. Chris said that Katie had 5 questions on her polygraph and he had fucking 13, like what? And this is why I think Chris is a textbook narcissist. It's always a competition. Well, she got this and I got this. Well, boo fucking who? Get over it, pal. You should be embarrassed that either one of you is in this position. He went missing from y'all's house. Right? Look, maybe I am too hard on my own self, but I'll be damned if my kid went missing from my house. I'd have been begging for everybody to forgive me, including my ex-husband, which I wouldn't like having to grovel. Okay? None of us like to do that, right? But I would be. I would say, "Oh my god, I cannot believe this happened," right? Under my watch, I would feel guilty. We do not see that from Katie, and maybe she's putting on a front. I'm not saying that she's not, you know? So, um and you can plead the 5th, Faye. You can plead the 5th, you know? They can't make you talk, and you are allowed, we are all entitled to our right, to not say anything and to lawyer up, you know? As much as I didn't like what Brian Laundrie's parents did as an example, they had every right to do what they did. Just like I think that under certain circumstances, people shouldn't be recorded without their knowledge. In certain circumstances, I could see why somebody would need to do that. Like, for instance, if somebody is going to, pay somebody, thanks, Rosebud, I'll read it. Thank you. If I was going to pay somebody to off my husband, which I'm not married, but I'm just saying hypothetically, right? And somebody recorded me doing that because they were afraid that I was going to, off my husband for money. Well, then, yeah. I mean, because how else are they going to get the proof? Is it a little dirty and underhanded? Sure. But the end justifies the means, so to speak, on that. Or if you're scared for your life because somebody isn't being truthful and you can catch them in, the bull crap that that they're doing, then yeah, I see it as being justified. But, you know, it is, I think it can be frowned upon, and it's also illegal in some states. Like Florida, you can't do that. Missouri, you can. Rosebud says, I remarked that KP seems like a strong woman. Screw your fear of ridicule from others. Who cares what they say? It's about awareness of Sebastian being missing. Get in front of it and be his voice. And see, that's another thing, Rosebud, that I do find a major difference with, right? Is the fact that, again, who, like you said, who cares? Who cares what anybody thinks? I wouldn't give a crap um what anybody said or thought of me, but I would be trying to, at least to the police, do everything to cooperate in order for them to clear me, right? So that way there's no question, excuse me, no question. And also so that way I could get the resources that I need to move forward in finding my child, right? Because the problem with the parents now, this is everybody not being cleared, is they cannot get the resources, right? What happened in Sebastian's case when Uvalde Foundation for Kids came in to help? What happened when the United Cajun Navy came in to help, right? Because we saw the same thing with Jaden Spicer, not with the United Cajun Navy, but with Uvalde Foundation for Kids. They pulled the reward for Jaden Spicer because they believed that his mother and his stepfather, Felicia and Josh Gross, were not being truthful. When the minute that Uvalde Foundation for Kids realized that they were probably working with the people who hurt Jaden, they pulled out. They pulled the reward, they pulled off their help, right? Because they don't want their foundation tarnished. They don't, right? So what did they do in Sebastian Rogers' case? I still have the screenshot from it. They said, "We believe that the parents are not being truthful. We are pulling our support." That is the same reason why many of the other foundations will not help. Katie pleading the fifth is a piss poor excuse for a mom. I don't care what anybody says. You know, you just Michelle, he was so pissed. He was pissed off like a muff. Okay, so and I got 13 effing questions. Well, big freaking flippin' deal. You know, what a big baby. And that's why I tease the shit out of Chris, because he is being a baby. Look, I'll say the same thing to any other person that's acting that way. Seth got drilled for 3 hours by Nancy Grace's person from the FBI, Scranton. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Could you imagine fucking being in that position? And Chris is sitting over here bitching for 13 questions, comparing it to Katie, you know? It's like, but you guys are all in it together. And here's the thing, they should be happy to do the polygraphs in order to clear themselves in that way, not because of the public, bashing and bashing, like Chris would say, but because that way the police and other organizations can help. Like SAR, like, what was the other one that Chloe PI mentioned? Um, shit. Either way, there was another one, but it's the same principles. They're not going to work with the people who they think that hurt the child. Thank you, Rosebud. Really well said, too. They're not going to do that, guys. They're going to give it to someone who's deserving. And you know what? Sebastian's deserving, but they're the ones holding him back from it. Yeah, Faye. I do remember that being said. I'm sorry, Seclusion. Did I miss? Oh, okay. Aw. I'm so sorry, Seclusion. I missed that. Well, that's the thing, Veronica, is that Seth has shown receipts, right? And the thing is he's got like when you go into the jail, right? If you've ever even been, like taken down to the station, right? When they take you in and they buzz each door, like you have to go through, even if you're being held like for whatever. It's like it's a very controlled environment. Let's just put it this way. And then on top of it, when I looked into Davidson County Jail. I did notice that there were it was newly built, state of the art facility, right? And there were many different, again, doors you had to buzz through, like even the parking, you'd have to use your badge, right? And it's not like everybody has the same badge number and stuff. It's all recorded. Like you're on camera all the time when you're a corrections officer. Um, my uncle that passed away was a corrections officer. I have cousins who are corrections officers, right? So I'm familiar. I also love that corrections officer show that rookie year. I'm sure it was, scripted and all of that, but that show was really really good. If you guys ever get to watch it. Yeah, the foundation is real, Red Eye. Um, what the foundation was made from was because of the big botched school shooting, right? At Uvalde School, right? Where the police were like acting like little schoolgirls themselves and wouldn't, go down and confront the shooter and stuff. That's how the Uvalde Foundation for Kids came about, from what I know. Um, and they're not about helping people that they think are guilty or that the police think are guilty, right? Even more so. I think it's more so that even the police think are guilty. Veronica says Bobby got played by a lot of people. She thought she could trust whatever his name is, and then had to get all into it and try to keep talking over Bobby. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I agree with that, Veronica. And that's the problem. It is hard to trust people. It really is. Yeah, I know, seclusion. I know. We love having you here too. Yeah, we don't like to do the drama here, right? That's a big thing that we try to kind of stay away from. I mean, obviously, arguably, the topics we talk about are drama, right? There's like so much drama involved in the topics that we talk about. But it does speak to the dynamics and, why we find ourselves in this situation, right? Because it is easy for us to look back. I mean, it's easy for me to look back on my own life and say, "Well, I could have done that differently if I'd have known now what I know, not known then what I know now." Katie pleading the fifth says a lot, and that's the thing. We have the right to do it. Just because we can do it doesn't mean that we should, right? Kind of fits here, but in the same way, she has every right to do that. Um, and arguably I might do the same thing if I thought, "Oh shit, they're looking at me." I mean, I'd lawyer up too because look, even if you're innocent, and that's why, that can't be used against you. Because even if you're innocent, you're smart to get yourself a lawyer, right? You need to have legal representation. And from somebody who has tried to go pro se and have it, because I had no choice, because I had no money in family court, I was a fool from as a client. And and let me hear. I'll be here to tell you just firsthand. Judges don't like people that go pro se. They want to deal with the lawyers. They want the lawyers to deal with the prosecutors and come to them and present the deal. That's just how it is. And that's in family court too. They don't want to deal with somebody who doesn't understand the process or know what they're doing. You're pretty much fucked if you don't have a lawyer in family court and the other person does. The other person will absolutely get everything they want and you're screwed. You are screwed. So if you run out of money to pay your lawyer, God help you. Really. You're going to need a miracle. So, but I mean, in other instances, it's a little bit, I guess it could be a little bit different, but criminally, You don't want to be caught without a lawyer and have to defend yourself in a criminal case. No way. And anybody that says this is not a criminal case, guys, they debated this. We went back and forth. No, 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 it's not criminal. It's not criminal. It has been criminal since they were on a recovery, per Sheriff Sonny Weatherford, on day 11 when they were looking through the landfill. We just watched a clip last night, guys, on our pajama party, right? And we found out that it probably wasn't a jammer that affected that camera because it's hardwired. And I'm sure we went over that before, and I probably just forgot. Because we did do the jammers, we did do hacking, but you can definitely hack the account. Now that's a whole different thing. Oh, Faye says, guys, let me ask something. What is the CARD thing? So the CARD team is the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment. Oh my God, I can't believe I got it right that time. Team, right? So that's what it stands for, CARD. So it's when there's a child abduction, when they suspect that, right, or they get a case that's a child abduction, there's actually a rapid deployment team that is deployed out, excuse me, in order to help. So that's what they deployed in Sebastian's case. In the beginning, I don't know. See, this is where I get a little bit confused, and it's just because I'm not an expert, and I wasn't there, right? And a lot of this is hard to believe, coming from anybody, right? Even the media. So it's my understanding that Sebastian, in the beginning, they were really throwing everything, but the kitchen sink at this. They were like, okay, we're going to search this radius. It was like 4.5 miles around the home, right? So they searched this radius over and over and over again, right? Searched the house 10 times. To my knowledge, they never got a warrant, right? But they were consulting all of these other agencies. But I think the whole entire time, in my opinion, and correct me if you guys know more, or if I'm wrong, but in my opinion, it seems like Sheriff Craddock and Sonny Weatherford, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, they had jurisdiction, and they have held jurisdiction from the beginning. So they were consulting these other agencies, but they weren't putting them into full force. Everything was still going through Sumner County, in my opinion. They were calling the shots, right? Now, again, Chicago girl here. Corruption, right? In my opinion, there's something wrong with that. Especially at this juncture, they're not willing to give up anything. And then we get an FBI release, but it's everything from Sumner County Sheriff's Office. It's everything from Brandon Carter. A little bit from Craddock. He said, we got to get hot on the trail, or we got to get on that hot trail, or whatever. I'm totally misquoting, but it was the general gist. Yeah, it says she has knowledge that's demanding. Right. Right, seclusion. And the same thing with the Cold Case Foundation. Right. Thank you, Rosebud. Exactly. Okay, same thing with the Cold Case Foundation. If none of the parents are cleared by LE, these established groups, they cannot, or they can help, but won't until they see proof that none of the parents are suspected. And that's a major issue, right? And typically, guys, the parents do get cleared. Like, this is an oddity. This is an oddity that the parents have not been cleared yet. Typically, the parents will get cleared unless they're a person of interest, right? And in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, Craddock is not going to release Seth because he doesn't want Chris and Katie to have a fit. Well, he looks as dumb. He's acting as dumb as he looks up on the screen, in my opinion. That's ridiculous. because it's not about them or their feelings. It's about Sebastian. I don't feel bad for someone who's not helping themselves. I feel bad for someone who is an underdog, who is working their ass off, and who is trying like hell. I will root for that person all day long if they're doing for themselves. If they're just sitting back complaining, crying, sorry for themselves, that's a major turnoff to me. Major turnoff to me, especially when this beautiful child is out here missing. Let's face it. We watched the Texas Roadhouse video. Every single one of us mothers, and even if you're not a mother, think back to when you were a child and you had a mother, right? We can all see that Sebastian was being scolded at the table. In my opinion, Katie was telling him what was up, right? He was getting scolded. You could tell he didn't like what he was hearing. And Katie's got her hand up in the air and going, this, and you're going to do this. And the spoon's going back and forth and her head's bopping back and forth. I call it giving him the 1-2. But I mean, it's just like, we all know that, right? We've all been in trouble, or just maybe if it wasn't your mom that scolded you, your dad, your grandma, whoever raised you, an aunt, a foster parent, an adoptive parent. When we're in trouble and we're kids, put yourself in Sebastian's position. And then think about an adult across the table from you doing what Katie was doing. We don't need sound. We don't need to hear what happened between them. We can see it. We can feel it. We can sense it. We could put ourselves in Sebastian's position and see what he's doing and what his reaction is, and remember when we were little, right? And we were getting scolded, and then, we might retreat back a little bit, right? Withdraw. That's what Sebastian was doing, and Katie was aggressive in her way of talking to him. If I was in the restaurant and I was sitting in the booth next to them, I would say, uh-oh, what did that little boy do? And I would try to not to look over there because I'd try to be giving them their privacy, even though they're in public, right? He must be in trouble with his mama. He must have said something or did something or whatever, but we could see it. You don't have to hear what they're saying to know. And that's the same thing. If you're scolding your own child, you might put your hand up like this, I'm sorry, you guys can't see me, but you put your hand up. Why, right? She was doing it like that with the open palm out. And then she was doing the stuff with her spoon back and forth, telling him this is how it's gonna be. And her head's bopping, right? You could just tell, you could see it. I think they need to release it to the FBI. I do. Katie's taking the fifth to protect herself. Seclusion work. She's doing it on purpose to save her own ass. I know, Rob Beanie. Seclusion works is the best. Seclusion works. You're fascinating and intelligent, and we love you. you know and that's another thing, guys. Everybody has a cool personality, different personality. That's why we like each other, right? It's an energy about people. But when you get the energy and it's somebody that is really trying to hide who they really are, it comes off as very disingenuous, excuse me. Yeah, they're just the child abduction rapid deployment team, and that just means that, like, when there's a child abduction, they are deployed rapidly, right? They're out there. They're quick, fast, and in a hurry. They're right there trying to figure out, like, was this child trafficked? Who could have kidnapped them, right? different things like that. Like they head up the investigation. And as a matter of fact, I'll just Google it really, quickly so I can give you guys like the actual factuals here. Just bear with me if I get an extra window. But yeah, they're abductions, and see, or abductions is their specialty. And with Sebastian being, high risk, um, with his autism, with his rare chromosome deletion, I think that was another big reason why they um, issued the Amber Alert, right? Because they have to fit criteria in order to have the Amber Alert issued. For example, like when we saw with the Decker girls, Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia, their mother couldn't get that Amber Alert issued, and she was so upset, right? Because here she is, like the kids are due back, and he's never, been late before, but he is this time, and she's trying to get things taken care of and figure out what's going on, and all of a sudden, she realizes that she can't get that help, right? Because it the girls were with a parent, right, and stuff like that. But that's a lot of the abductions. Statistically, it is the parents, right? There's a child custody thing. A mother might be trying to get the hell away from an abusive guy, or a guy might be taking her kid to, you know, drive her friggin' nuts on purpose, I mean, or the other way around. It happens too to men. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I'm a woman. I don't know how men feel. All right, so but this is the child abduction rapid. Ooh, I don't want that. Um, deployment team. Why is it popping? Oh, okay, because I hovered over the link. Um, so child abduction rapid deployment team is a card team, and it was created in 2006 to assist local law enforcement in child abduction cases. The team provides investigative, technical, and resource assistance during critical times after a child is reported missing. The CARD team is called upon for time sensitive cases and has been instrumental in deploying additional investigators to support local efforts. Right? So they were deployed in this case, in my opinion, in order sorry guys, in order to support local efforts. For more detailed information, you can visit the FBI card team site. Gosh, it really wants me to go to this site, apparently. Okay. Yeah, and it just goes on. It says the FBI remains committed to fighting child exploitation. We use a three-pronged approach to direct our efforts to have the greatest impact on child exploitation threat. I'd like to briefly highlight for you that the efforts. Excuse me. I'd like to briefly highlight for you that the FBI specialized teams that investigate child abductions, child sex abuse, and child. See, and this is the thing. I don't call it that. I don't say a child can sell themselves, right? That would imply consent. It's a child being sexually exploited and abused. See, this is the problem I have with verbiage, and maybe I'm a little bit nutty buddy. I mean, can we just not with that? There's no such thing as a child. Like, what is this crap? No, that's sex abuse material. And there's no such thing as this. Absolutely not. I'm highlighting it, guys. What the hell is that? That's implying consent. And a child cannot do that. Disgusting. That's called a child being trafficked. Ugh. Just gross. Red Eye says, here. Lori. Sorry, guys. I got a little behind in chat. But this is like ridiculous, Ugh. Golly. So, yeah. They're over here. Robbie, I'd like to have a little. He said, I don't want to have a little fucking powwow. I'd love to have a fun powwow with Bobby Carter, CPKP, and Seth. Oh my goodness. You would want to be in that powwow, Rob Beatty. You are brave. Rob Beatty says, I'm going to get to the bottom of this shit, by God. Oh my gosh. I love you, hockey stick. Seclusion works. You guys are funny as hell. Here I am getting all riled up, and you guys are just being silly as hell in the chat. Thank you. I needed that. No, because I do. It ticks me off if you guys didn't notice it. At first, in the cases where children are abducted and murdered, research shows that 74% are killed within the first 3 hours of being abducted. Wow. And guys, again, with the Decker girls, I really think he did that like as soon as he got them to the campsite. We went over it on Monster Monday or Monster Mash Monday with that creep, Travis Decker. Yeah, exactly. It is. It's yeah, CSAM, right? Not. Oh gosh, see Taylor, that's one thing that just really chaps my ass because that's like victim blaming without doing it, right? Like, oh, well, they were no, they did not. They were not okay with it. Not okay with it at all. These little children don't deserve that at all. Um But so the CARD team, as it's known at the FBI, provides investigative technical resources, right? We read that part. Sorry, guys. CARD teams have deployed 59 times since in the past 4 years. 62 children have been taken during the same period. Of those 62 children, 25 have been recovered alive and 6 remain missing. Wait, I know I'm not the best at math, but what? 62 children. Okay, so they were deployed 59 times in the past 4 years. There were 62 children that had been taken during that period of time, right? 4 years. Of the 62, 25 were recovered alive. The other remained missing, and I guess they just left out that the other ones were not alive when they found them. In the balance of those cases, the CARD team and our evidence response team have provided forensic evidence and support for our local law enforcement partners and their prosecutors. Second, the average child or the average age of a child targeted for someone else trafficking them and selling them, not them selling themselves, is between 12 to 14 for girls, right? 11 to 13 for boys, right? So and these are just statistics, guys. I'm not saying that these sick fucks don't like to take little boys of any age or little girls of any age, right? They're just gross. But statistically speaking, these nasties like to go for little kids, right? Little young, little poor little kids, right? But typically they look for these girls that are 12 to 14 is the most typical, 11 to 13 for boys. These kids are dependent on their their captors, right? For everything. Everything they earn goes to their captors. Oh boy. Should they try to escape, they are often subject to brutal beatings or even killed. The FBI launched the Innocence Lost National Initiative to address the growing problem of children recruited for human trafficking purposes. We have 38 Innocence Lost task force and working groups in cities throughout the United States. To date, the initiative has located and recovered more than 1,100 children, and prosecutors have earned nearly 600 convictions as a result. Third, the internet is the number one destination for pedos because they believe that technology grants these criminals anonymity. Children are sexually assaulted to produce photos and videos and then repeatedly re-victimized as images are traded via the internet by like-minded people. No, more like sick fucks and chomos. Can we just call them who they are? The Innocent Images National Initiative program targets enterprises and networks of the most egregious offenders who produce and distribute sex abuse material on children. And that's not what they called it. And that's horrible. Our Innocent Images National Initiative currently has over 6,000 open child sex abuse cases, and they called it pornography, by the way, guys. They keep calling it child pornography with a P, even though that's absolutely allowing and enabling language. I do not like that. I'm sorry. That's horrible. And the past 20 months, we have made more than 1,800 arrests and achieved over 21,000 convictions in the past 10 months. The FBI has identified and rescued 95 children featured in child pornography. Oh no, I don't think so. I don't know that you mean sexual abuse material, right? Gross. Gross. I agree with that, C. Taylor. That was over a 4-year period, and they were only deployed 59 times. Really, you know? So, yeah. So, in Sebastian's case, it looks like they were deployed just how they were meant to be deployed, which would be to assist and be additional investigators to support the local law enforcement initiative, or the current um, missing child's case, right? Um, there we go. They need to update that language. See, Taylor, I was like, maybe I just don't read this right now. But no, I mean, it's good. It's good information, but I just hate hearing it like that, right? Like, why would they say it that way? These little children, they can't give consent. Even, I don't know. It's just disgusting. And then calling them a saying, oh, they give their pimps all their money. They're not I mean, that's way implying consent, in my opinion, because typically a woman of the night will have a pimp for protection, right? Not because she just loves giving him all her money. No, she needs him to protect her. It's a whole nasty game. It's gross. Not for the poor victim either. I'm talking about the nasties that like that crap. Because I definitely don't think children should ever be put in the position where they're treated like an adult and talked about like that as an adult, like they had some kind of, way of having a say so. Oh, Seclusion says our daughter escaped from her abusers and she showed one night at a kind man from Hydro, Quebec, brought her to us, found her walking alone at 9 p.m. on the Carter Bridge. Oh, Cartier Bridge, I think. Oh my goodness, Seclusion. Yeah, 3 hours. I'd love to be there even as a fly. I'd feel safe as a fly if nobody knew I was there. I'd like to eavesdrop on that conversation. That's terrible. Oh, thank you, Ann Reynolds. It's not work. Is your internet down? It takes so much courage to escape that's a situation like that too. It really does. It takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of I don't know. It just takes a lot of courage. Yeah, that is such a kind soul, Rob Beanie. Exactly. Sorry, guys. I'm still going through up through the chat because I know I was reading a while. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's the card team is actually probably a really good way to get people deployed out to, for extra resources and stuff, right? And they're an arm of the FBI or created by the FBI. So I mean they can bring in the technologies that they have, all of that. And again, a lot of times too, if you're going to abduct a child, you're not going to stay in the immediate area. They could be near a state line, they could have crossed over, things like that too. So all different scenarios, The driver never getting out, SI officer, exactly. Exactly. And trust me, guys, there's a lot of images. There's a lot of images. The thing is that I've never stopped working on images, right? There's many of us out there that haven't stopped working with the images, right? And the only time that I was targeted was for working with the lights images, right? Good old Terry Lynn didn't like it, neither did old Chris Proudfoot. Oh, okay. Well, they're here. This person lives in Florida. Go after her. The dumbasses. Okay, you know. So look, until they show me exactly what they're talking about and how they debunked the flashlight video, I'm going to go with exactly what I've been working on. What other people have worked so hard on. Since Craddock is friends with 5 of the suspects, shouldn't his office be away from the case? Right. Definite conflict of interest, Faye. Absolutely. That's what it comes down to as well. That's what it comes down to. And there's many, many connections. It's not just the Navy, because that's just the surface. That's something that somebody, could look at the case and hear that on day one and say, okay, well, that's a strong connection. But there's many, many more that are much stronger. Yeah, and that's the problem, Michelle, is that if you try to zoom in on the driver's side window, it distorts. Yeah, and a lot of these images are pixelated. They certainly are, right? Yeah, well, they want us to take their word for it, Robini, and that's the hell of it. I mean, it's just like whenever I come up here, I try to show you guys like what I'm talking about, right? Because I could come over here and I could say, "Oh, I'm reading this from Google," and I could be reading something I wrote. You guys would never know, really, the difference, right? Except for maybe you guys would be like, "Well, it's not articulated as well as maybe one would, do on the a media." Yeah, I bet friends with family and business associates of all 5 as well. You nailed it, Faye. And that's it. That's what people are looking for. Good night, Lori. Good night, good night. That's what people are looking for. Look, we're taught to look for inconsistencies. SA officer says absolutely, Faye. The whole thing is a conflict of interest for Simmons, Carter, and Craddock. And Chris was bragging about it and let us all know that, guys. That's another thing, SI officer. Exactly. We only know that because of what he has said. We only know that from what he told Heather Cohen. If Seth opens his mouth about what Simmons told us, he's never going to open his mouth again. What the fuck? Really? Because I'll be damned if somebody's going to talk to me like that either. And Seth handled it very well, in my opinion. You know? I'd be over there giving them the crazy eyes before they'd be trying to do that to me. No way. What if this goes south? Guys, that would have been me in handcuffs right then. I would have assumed that I would have done it would have been like, hola, punch to the face, assume the position. Because I'll be damned if you're going to ask me, what if this goes south and you lost my child? You have got to be kidding me. It's so utterly disrespectful. It's just so disrespectful. Aloha, JH. Good to see you. Aw, he waded to seclusion. I don't know. That's the whole thing, Detroit. I don't think they still are. I think they were just the rapid deployment team that came out to assist Sumner County. That's my best guess there, because they're not actively involved. And even Jennifer Coffindaffer talked about it on her show. Sumner County Sheriff's Office has always held jurisdiction in Sebastian's case, always from day one. And he will not give it up. It's so effed up. You know? Seclusion. Well, and I mean, I'm not trying to say that like, oh, Seth should get violent with somebody. No, I'm just telling you what I would do instinctually. I just would. It would be like I might not even realize what happened because I would be like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What does this go south? Or what happens if this goes south? And another thing, if someone was trying to make a pact with me, that would be a huge red flag. Like, it's kind of like, I'll tell you a funny story that my friend had told me that her older brother did to her, right? She said that they would get money for Christmas. And one year, her brother was like, hey, let's put our money together. He's older than she was, right? And she's like, yeah, we're going to do this with it, blah, 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 blah. Well, he ended up taking her money and spending it, right? It's kind of like that's what they're trying to do to us, right? They're trying to trick the shit out of us. Oh yeah, let's get together on this. No, we're not getting together on shit. You better tell me what happened to my son. I would just be that way. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying I'm not advising anybody on it. I'm just saying what I would do. It would be like, you need to find my son. You lost him. Now you need to help me find him. And it doesn't have anything to do with anything else but that. It's just the principle of it. Yeah, and he's interfering, Faye. I think he is interfering. And I don't know why. Why is the stepfather interfering in another man's child's missing case? I don't know. Damage control is my one theory, one thought. He's playing damage control. He thinks he can get in here and fix it. Now, does that mean that he was involved? Maybe. Was he involved after the fact? Perhaps. Maybe he was involved the minute Katie called him and said some shit just went down. I might have heard him. Think about what Adam Montgomery said. I think I might have really hurt her this time. I think I might have really hurt her this time after he bashed her around the house. I'm just saying. So, was he involved after the fact? It's just like not Alicia, Felicia. Gross. Did she over medicate her son? And then after the fact, her boyfriend, husband, whoever, Josh Gross, I think that's a husband, did he possibly help her out. It looks like he did because he's been charged with conspiracy or, excuse me, I think it was accessory. Oh, Detroit, it's horrific. But that's what his wife said. I think it might have really hurt her this time. You think? You big galoot. Shouldn't be putting hands on that little girl to begin with. You know? But something had to have happened. Look, this is the thing. We don't have an accurate timeline, right? We don't know what happened Friday. It's been alleged there was a poker party. I've said it myself a billion times. There's nothing wrong with getting together and having a poker night. You know, I mean, people do it all the time. They play cards, they play dice, whatever they like. Some people have like a board game night, right, where they just sit and play board games. So, and we know about like Magic the Gathering and all of that. That's a card game. Some people play that, what is it called? Stratego or whatever. Like there's tons of games that people enjoy getting together and playing. There's a bar out in Springfield and it's all games. And you go in there and you play board games and people drink whatever. They have beer on tap and stuff. I don't know if it's still open, but they had one there like that. They actually have like places where you go and throw axes, right? Axe throwing. Same deal. Down in Branson, Missouri. Right? So people get together and they do that stuff. That doesn't bother me. But what bothers me is why Terry Lynn's coming out saying that there was all this information and acting like it was this big secret and oh my gosh, they had this poker party and oh, look at this. Skippo. I saw Skippo Detroit the other day in the bargain aisle at Walmart. You know how they have like all of the discounted items in one aisle? I love walking in that aisle. It's fun. But I saw a Skippo and I was like, damn, dare I buy one? Probably bust my ass. But yeah, I mean, so it's weird that they just come out, oh my gosh, it's such a big deal. And then now we don't hear jack shit about it and no one will talk. And everything's been deleted and nobody will say shit. It's not okay. As a matter of fact, if you needed clout so badly, find something different. You should never do that in a missing child's case. So we don't know what the hell the poker party was, if it even happened, who attended, what was going on. We can speculate all day. Mama was there, Terry was there, Bauer Sox, that is. We can speculate that Terry Lynn was there. She's the one that knows so much about it. But at the end of the day, what's that going to do? Because we don't have any type of real proof of it, right? So then we get to Saturday. According to Seth, Katie, as he's coming in the door, shoves her phone in his face and says, "Look, he was happy. Look, this is Sebastian." Right? And so that was Costco on Saturday, right? And that's what Chris and Katie have said. All right, so we know that at some point they went to Costco on Saturday. Who even knows if that's true? That photo looks old as hell to me. It doesn't look like Sebastian when he went missing. His haircut isn't the same, you guys. His haircut is completely different. All right, so we have that. And then we have Sunday. Katie says that Sebastian woke up, right? Fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. Nobody said you didn't, Katie. Why are you so defensive? And now, guys, don't get me wrong. She was on Facebook, right? She was getting heat from a lot of people that maybe we didn't know about. Maybe she was getting DMs, maybe whatever. I'll just say, sure. Yeah, I'm sure all of that happened. But in the same way, who cares? If your child's missing, hi, Diamonds. Good to see you. Thank you for the green hearts. So, all right. So, Katie and Sebastian wake up. They're making a fun breakfast, spaghetti pancakes. They get that. Then they call family members on the phone to brag, right? And that's what Katie said. All right, so they're on the phone with family members, right? FaceTiming or maybe just on a speakerphone, a call. But after that happens, Katie says that she gets a call, right? And it was Chris's sister asking for her to pick up Esther, or the niece, from Dara's house, right? But Katie doesn't say that. We've kind of figured that all out, right? But apparently it was, could you pick up the niece from Dara's and then bring her to BJ's? And so Katie said, sure, I'll go do that, and I'll meet you up at BJ's, according to Katie. Now, this was said, we played it, right? Duchess for the Missing, March 17th, 2024. And so Katie says, then we go over there, we pick her up, and we go to BJ's. We meet them over there. Sebastian, she says in the Chronicles of Olivia interview that Sebastian had a colossal popcorn. But then we look at the menu from BJ's, and they don't have a colossal popcorn. They have a colossal cookie. Fine. Maybe the portion was colossal and Katie used the word colossal. Fine. Doesn't matter. It's really semantics, word salad, whatever you want to call it. It's playing games. We can, tomato, tomato. But in the same way, why is she being dishonest? Right? So here we go. They pick out snacks, right? Because he's 15 and snacks. And they load up just Sebastian and Katie, and they head over back home to drop off the snacks, right? Or whatever groceries they picked up at BJ's. I've heard that they didn't pick up any snacks. I heard that they picked up some socks and some other different items that had nothing to do with snacks. But I digress. Either way, Katie said they go home, they drop the snacks off, and then they head out to then they head out to the bowling alley, which we have come to know as Strike and Spare in Hendersonville. She doesn't tell us what they did at home, what time they left for the bowling alley, any details, nothing. Right? She tells us nothing. And then we find out that this part has been a lie. She's lied about it in every single interview that she has done. Oh, we went to the bowling alley. So we're all assuming they went bowling. No, they didn't. They went to the bowling alley. I actually assumed maybe that they all headed over to the bowling alley. But then we find out on Duchess for the Missing, March 17th, 2024. It was the second interview with Duchess, that it was just Bubba and I. She says, only Bubba and I went. All right. So now we know it's just you and Bubba, right? AKA Sebastian to all of us. So what happened, Katie? I thought you guys were going to go bowling, but you couldn't, so you played games instead. And now we find out that all you did was go to the front counter, and you guys stayed there for approximately 10 minutes, and then you're gone again. See, you're not giving us the whole story, Katie, and that's the problem. And it's not even about giving us the whole story, but have you given law enforcement the whole story? Because I'm not an expert, I'm not law enforcement, but I'm here to tell you, if you've tried to pass off that fairy fucking story to me, we'd be having a major issue. And that's why I have an issue with the story, is because she's leaving a bunch of shit out, right? So then we see her, and we've all watched it on camera, where they pull in to the Texas Roadhouse. Sebastian has his ears plugged up, right? And he's walking. They go into the restaurant. They're seated right away, pretty much, right? We didn't see a lapse in time or anything, right? On the counter. The the timestamp rather. You know, we can see it ticking away. So we have them sitting down. They're eating, right? They order whatever. They get the rolls right off the bat. The host brings over, you know, the rolls. The menus are already on the table. They grab a menu up. Sebastian points over to the video game console that's on the table that you can also pay with and all that. And he points at it, and she doesn't say no or anything. She just grabs a menu and slides it across the table at him, right? Like, eat your food. We're here to eat. We're not here to play, right? Like a mom would do, right? Like a mom that is kind of a little pissy, you know, she's pissed at you. Because I'll tell you, all my mother had to do was give me a look. And I'm here to tell you, I didn't cross the look. I was like, oh shit, she's pissed, right? Sebastian seemed like a very well-behaved kid, I have to say. Very attentive of his mother, very in tune to her demeanor, very in tune to her demeanor. Watching her, taking cues from her, just like a little boy would that loves his mom. I didn't see that from her. That same kind of love reciprocated. That's my problem. But it doesn't stop there. Because the last time we see Sebastian is when he gets into that vehicle after that very odd encounter. And she backs out of the parking space and off they go. And we don't know for sure if Sebastian made it home or not. We don't. She added in later on that Sebastian took the trash out because that's his chore, right? But from the time of around 7:15 until 9 o'clock at night, we don't know what was going on in the house. You know? We don't know what was going on in the house at all because Katie doesn't tell us. She says that Sebastian went to his room and was playing, and he came out of his room at 9 o'clock from where he was playing, and he said good night, Mama, and good night to his puppies. No love reciprocated because we've never ever heard Katie say, I said I love you too, or anything like that. Hey, social butterfly. Hey, Celine. Right? So again, we have 7:15 and 9. That's 2 hours and 45, excuse me, that's an hour and 45 minutes, right? Unaccounted for. Again, we have times during the day that are unaccounted for. And we're going to find out, guys. There's going to be more context, obviously, hopefully with the timestamp on the video that's going to be released from Strike and Spare. And it will tell us more about where the holes are in the timeline. But as it stands right now, the holes in the timeline begin at 7:15, in my opinion, right, to 9 o'clock. And then there's more holes because 9:38-ish, right, 36, I think, is when Chris and Katie start their phone call. And that phone call lasts about 2 hours, right? But she said it was around midnight, right? Midnight that she went to bed, right? But in between of that time, Katie says at 10 o'clock there was a thud. But the problem is that when Detective Carter was breaking down the case and telling or giving his statement for the FBI release, he said that Sebastian went to bed between 9 and 10. And that's not true. And he said sometime around 10, there was a bang in his room. A bang. So now the story changes even again. Because first she told Smiley there was a noise. Then she tells Olivia there was a noise. Right? But when she told Smiley about the noise, she said that Sebastian was like messing around in his room. You know, and it reminded me of like when my daughter was little, and it was so funny because she would do stuff like all of a sudden I would put her to bed. You know, I'm thinking everything's good. She's tucked in, good night story, blah, blah, blah. That was her favorite thing, was a good night story. But all of a sudden, I'd feel like a presence in the room, right? And I'd be sitting there watching TV, and I could like feel her behind like of the couch. One time I had it where our couch was like, partitioned off, and then there was room behind of it. Well, she's like sitting behind of it, like peeking her head around watching TV. I'm like, what are you doing? you know, like you're supposed to be in bed, right? Like Katie was saying, like you're supposed to be asleep, right? Well, I thought I put you to sleep, right? Not literally, but I thought you're sleeping. Well, oh, I'm just thirsty. I love you, mama. I just want to give you a hug. Oh, baloney. But I mean, that's the thing. Kids do get out of bed. They do mess around. They do. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe Katie said, go to bed, and he goes, good night, mama. Good night, puppies. He goes to bed, but he's still stirring around in there, even an hour later, you know. But then again, here's the thing that doesn't match up again, you guys. And I mean, I don't live there. I'm not his mom. I'm not Katie's friend. I've never witnessed. I don't know Sebastian. But wasn't he taking sleep medications? So again, let's back up to the big hole in the timeline when we know that Sebastian was okay and then he wasn't anymore. Right? Because we saw him get in the vehicle. Maybe it wasn't the best of circumstances, but he was alive and well, and he got in that vehicle, put his seatbelt belt on with his mama, and they, backed on out of the parking space and out of the parking lot. You would think, with it being a Sunday night, there would be certain things that happen when they get home, none of which Katie described or talked about. One would be for Sebastian to take his nightly medication. He's got a full belly. A lot of times it's very important to eat when you take those medications, right? So they don't tear your stomach up. For anybody that's taken medications, we know this, right? For anybody who's administered medications to another person understands this. It's about a routine for a child who is autistic. It's about a routine for many children because children feel safe when they have structure. All of us do, really. If we're just really going to get down to it, none of us like to live in chaos. So he goes ahead. Oh, sorry. As an officer, lady, can you share that video so Michelle can see it? Oh, you want me to show from the roadhouse? Oh God, I'm gonna have to do a disclaimer because see, I just don't know where it originated from. You guys are making me bust out in hives over here. Oh gosh. Turn into Tina from Bob's Burgers. Let's see. I know. I know. Yeah, I haven't just studied it close yet. I know. Me neither. And that was the thing. I need to pull it in that editor and see. Um Well, and I'm also wondering if we couldn't zoom and slow it. Is why I was gonna wait to show it to SI officer, but I was really hoping that maybe Carrie would have watched my lives and knew that I was trying to. I wish I could send her a bat signal with my email. Email me, please, Carrie, because I just want to know what she's done to it. You know what I mean? Like, did she take it from Dog's site? But I guess I could go off and take that piece from Dog. Maybe I might just do that. But yeah, that's the only reason as an officer I'm so hesitant because I know what I see. I mean, I do. I'm just worried that somebody, might have added to it. Um, I also shared it with someone else I know that's very good with video. Better than I. Um, Yeah, that's what I was that's what I was worried about is the Tiguan, right? The BMW Tiguan or no, Volkswagen, excuse me. Volkswagen. My bad. Yeah, and see that's the thing. I would love to see like everything like the raw footage, you know. That way we have it all in one spot. Um but Michelle, I will send it to you though, Michelle. I'll send it to you. No, I no, because I know. I just want to make sure. Well, I just want to keep it in the context and stuff. But dang, I know. Yeah, I'll send it to you because I mean, like I said, it's just origins unknown at this point. But not that I know. I know, essay officer. I know. Well, Nate's about to get up for work, so I'm probably gonna have to get off here. But here's the thing. Here's my really big thing with this whole scenario is that there's so many holes in the timeline because Katie should have said, "Look, we got home, right? Sebastian took the can to the end of the driveway, right? That's his chore. He was a good boy. He did his chore, right? He comes back in. I let him play in his room for a little while, but I did give him his medications. That way, his belly was full. Got his medications. That way he could, you know, play a little bit, let the medications work, but I mean, he didn't have a bath to, for according to what Katie said, none of that happened. Like in that couple hour period, wasn't there any bit of getting ready for Sunday or excuse me, getting ready for Monday, being it was a Sunday, a school night, right? So it would be like, get your backpack, put it by the door, right? Make sure everything's in there. For my daughter, it would have been like, is there anything that I need to sign? Please don't give it to me in the morning. Let's get, you know what I mean? Some parents do it on Friday, so it's done for the weekend. Some parents do it on Sunday, so it's done for Monday. Either way, you do it and make sure it's done, And so, in that regard, that was never done, right? It wasn't like doing any of those activities weren't part of the story. So, we do have a big lapse in time. And then, even at the 10 o'clock, right? So, if the child is on a sleep aid, and if anybody has ever had to take sleep aids before, I have. They kick your ass and you sleep, right? That they work, right? And I mean sometimes they cause sleepwalking, sometimes they cause people to do weird stuff. You might have weird dreams, different things, but it puts you to sleep, right? So it's all weird. Sebastian shouldn't have really, in theory, had he taken his medication when he should have been asleep. He shouldn't have been stirring in his room. Nevertheless, he was stirring in his room still at 10 o'clock, right? And then we go from a noise to, or excuse me, we go from stirring to a noise in the room to a thud to a thunk. Bobby the neighbor said it was a thunk, right? And then it was a bang. And that is how Detective Carter describes what Katie told him. It was a bang. Guys, Sebastian had carpet in his bedroom. Okay? So unless he hit the wall, right? Unless he fell out of the bed. Now, don't forget Katie's, statement to Nancy Grace was, "Bubba, did you fall out of the bed?" And he said, "No, ma'am." Right? So I mean, yeah, if I heard a thud or a bang, I might think he fell out of the bed. Or I mean, what? He ran into the wall? Because even if a picture fell off of his wall, it wouldn't have created a bang because it would have fell onto the carpet. So just all of these things are not okay. They're not adding up. Oh, sorry, guys. They're not adding up. Yeah, we would eat dinner, put a movie on, all the kids would fall asleep on the couch, and then we would walk them to bed. Most of the time they ended up in my bed. Right, Detroit, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Libby had that thing too. She just, like, getting too old for this. I don't know where it is. Need to re-listen to Chris's statements on live. CP seen what Sebastian went to bed in. Oh, I know. Well, that's another thing too, Social Butterfly. He's answering for Katie. She's looking at him for approval. Why though? Like, because they weren't together. Or were they? Right? A bang is scary thought. It is, Michelle. It's definitely a scary thought. Yeah, if they played the camera footage inside the house, you would have heard it. Yeah. And didn't she say something like, okay, so, and then again with their story, if I'm on the phone, say I'm Katie, I'm on the phone with Chris, and I hear a noise in Sebastian's room or a bang or a thud or a thunk, right? I would be like, hold on a second. I just heard Sebastian up, right? Like, hold on. And then you would have said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Or you would have said, I don't care what you're doing in there, go to sleep, right? But it's like, she couldn't even get that part right. Right? And it's not like, Chris saying, yeah, all I remember is Katie and I were on the phone because his story is full. Don't even get me started. We haven't even talked about the holes in his story. For all we know, he came home on Thursday, right? Early weekend, was at the poker party. Maybe not allowed to be in the house. We don't know. But in the same way, it's been alleged. But don't get me started on his side of the story. But you would think at a certain point he would say, well, yeah, Katie and I were on the phone at 10 o'clock, and then all of a sudden she told me that there was a noise in Sebastian's room, so she excused herself from the call really quick to see if he was all right. That's never happened. They've never said that, right? A Navy sailor with a drinking problem, right? Right. And look, a lot of times, that is like, a badge of honor. It's, to be cool and everything like that. Some people enjoy doing that, whatever. I'm not judging, but it's just when you get to a certain point, you have to look at everything, right? You can't discount it. You can't say, well, I like to have some wine too every now and then, so it's okay if somebody else does or whatever. Like, it really is specific to the situation. It just is. Yeah, I do remember that, Social Butterfly. That was the first thing that Chris was like, "Let me make this crystal clear." Social Butterfly says, "Also listen, Katie says on Duchess and agrees she fell asleep at 10 p.m." Right. And then Chris is like, "Oh no, wait a minute. I need to make something crystal clear." And it's like, because Duchess was saying, you know, right, you went to bed around midnight, and then Katie's like, midnight, and it's like, whoa, 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 hold on. Hold on, leading the witness, you know. And hey, look, I've had people on the panel. I've been brand new up here. I've had whatever type of malfunctions we've had, and things like that. You sometimes you don't know what's going to happen. I've muted myself, been talking away. So things happen on the live stream, but there's certain things that were going on there that they were specifically designed to make them look better than what they are. It's about them trying to build out a timeline that really didn't exist. And Chris and Katie are the ones that are lying to everyone. Do I think that's fair of them? Hell no, it's not fair. No, because we're sitting here giving them our time and listening so we can help them find Sebastian. And they sat there and elevated truth and said, well, we really didn't think you guys were going to try to solve the case. We just wanted to ask for help finding our son. We didn't think you'd actually try to find him. Well, what a crock of shit that is. And excuse the hell out of us for giving you our time. That's the way I look at it. It's a punch in the face. Hola. Michelle says, the idea he's talked about Pax makes me think it's his history, or excuse me, makes me think it's his story, and she's rehearsed it poorly, and he has to keep her from speaking or squawking. Sorry, Michelle. Yeah, I totally see that. Yeah, because he did want to, look at when he says that he wrote the parenting plan. Well, I'll be damned. You wrote the parenting plan? Again, it's just shameless, right? Like, tell us that you have to control every detail without telling us that you're controlling every detail. Because last time I checked, that's Katie's department. And going back and listening to that live, that's one of the things that guy was talking about. He's like, you guys are feeding us this crap behind the scenes. It's one thing if somebody asks you a question and you give them an answer. It's a whole nother ball game when you're sitting there talking to a person and telling them, say this, say this, say this. It's totally different than if you were to interview someone and you were to say, well, what do you think happened to Sebastian? Instead of them saying, hey, tell them this, but he's doing it behind the scenes. That's another thing. That was a cat that was let out of the bag in that live, that Chris and Katie pushed the narrative from behind the scenes to the creators that they choose to do that with, right? That's up to them, and that's fine. It's their show. It's what they want to do. But it's vastly different from them interviewing Chris and Katie and them making their own opinions up, or interviewing them on a panel with a list of questions they already know about, which most of the time that's the professional angle to take. Unless somebody wants to grab a link and they just want to come up, that's kind of different. But if that's what they wanted to do and on the fly, but in my opinion, how I like to do it was I would like to do an interview first. I think that's better, especially when you do have distraught parents. That gives them a little bit of an out, and then at least you got some answers and, hey, can I share some of this with my audience, right? They might completely back out and say, no, I don't want anything to do with it. But it's just the way that they did everything, the way they did all of it. Yeah, Miss Ann, I do remember that. It was said on TL's channel that Chris was at the house until 10 p.m. Sunday night. Yeah. And that's the thing. A lot of people have alleged that. They have. Hey, Gina H. Katie said, us deplorables don't need details. Only law enforcement does, allegedly. Well, and that's up to her. I mean, really, we can't force her to come out and talk, but it would be nice if she did in order for us to have a better understanding. But the minute that she starts lying to us, we lose her. We lose her right away. So she gets angry with us because she has holes in her timeline that she refuses to fill in. Something tells me that maybe Katie might have been drinking that night. I mean, Nancy Grace asked her, were you drinking that night? Were you taking over-the-counter sleep aids or any type of prescription sleep aid? She asked her that for a reason, because Katie, for the life of her, cannot sew up the timeline, in my opinion. So again, it's like pulling teeth. And then you got Chris over there. Oh, well, you didn't ask me specifically. Yeah, everybody has asked you. Clear, crystal clear, clear as day. The fact that you're dancing around the subjects is not us. That's you. And he's incapable because he lacks that self-awareness, in my opinion, because he's a textbook narcissist. Detroit Rock City says, I truly, in my opinion, believe he was home that weekend and did something, and then something went wrong. The whole poker party incident and the Texas Roadhouse bowling alley garbage, the friend, etc. Well, that's another piece to the puzzle too, is Lori, just like SI Officer was saying, you know. And how did she get there so quickly? How come everybody was on high alert and everybody knew kind of what was going, what their role was? That screams premeditation, in my opinion. That screams it was well orchestrated, in my opinion. Hey, Sandwich. The bite marks, Detroit. Yeah, I think I think they were going back and forth with that too, Social Butterfly. I know. I know. I do too. And really the only person that I'm really interested in that scenario would maybe be the neighbor that doesn't want to turn in the camera footage. Has he? Maybe he has. Maybe we got it wrong. But I find it very odd that, when I ask a question of someone, they're very, very talkative in the chat. Very, very talkative. I mean, just going on and ooh, having a good old time. And then I ask them a question. And instead of answering me directly, they answer me in a roundabout way. And then I say, okay, so any idea why CC won't give up his camera footage? And it was like she disappeared from the chat. She went poof. She vanished. She just vanished. I don't like that. To me, don't play games with me. But you're in an FBI, but you're in Jen Coffindaffer's chat, and you're playing games, and it's okay for you to be social and so happy go lucky when you're the one that found Sebastian's fucking pants, and then you admit that you're the one that found the pants. I shouldn't say they're Sebastian's pants. I'll just call them the pants. Right? But then you're not so talkative anymore, are you? Oh, yes, I did. All right. Well, what about your buddy Chris Carr? Radio silence in a missing child's case. Shameful. And the next thing I know, I got people in my chat I've never even seen, haven't never seen in here before, demanding me answer questions and all this bullshit. It's like, no, answer my questions for real. Lego my Diego, the dog handler that found the pants. Answer my question. And if you can't, just say, I don't know why he wouldn't do that. But it's very suspicious why, because if it was me and I didn't know, I would have said, look, Lady Freedom, I did find the pants, but I have no idea why Chris won't turn in his camera footage. That's what an innocent person says. A person that's guilty of sin runs and hides. Yeah, Gina, I know. They were staying with Katie. And why would you go off and get, this is the thing that I don't understand either, is why would you go on and get a room if Chris is out of town, right? And it's just Katie and Sebastian. I'd be staying at my girl's house. I wouldn't even think about getting a hotel room. I'd be like, yeah, let's hang out. Let's have a good time. Let the kids play, whatever. We'd be making plans. I mean, why didn't they go bowling with them? Why didn't they go to BJ's? Where were they Sunday? But Katie was made to be on all of these cameras, but you don't see it. You don't see them, but allegedly she was there. So why didn't she go? It stinks. It stinks. Lady, answer this question. How did Kathy get to Worsham's at 5:15 a.m.? The call has to be made beforehand. Who was awake? CP on a crane, KP bedroom light. Exactly. Exactly, social butterfly. And I can't answer that question besides the fact that Kathy had to have known what was going on. Look, there was also a message on Facebook that was written by Melissa, Aunt Melissa. And she said, "We've been looking for Sebastian since 6:30 this morning." Well, hell's bells. Really? You've been looking for Sebastian and searching since 6:30 this morning. Okay. But the police weren't even notified until what, 6:38? After 6:30, Melissa. So you're not gonna pull the shit over you're not doing that to me. You're not gonna sit there and steal my Christmas money. Okay? Ain't gonna happen. We're not putting our funds together. Never will I ever. You know? Rosebud says the best approach I have taken with this case is how a juror would digest it. What kind of questions are asked based on statements made by witnesses? You're looking for facts that hold truth. Yeah, and corroborating it, right? Like corroborating some type of evidence, right? So like in terms of what's been said by all three parents, I do look at that and try to corroborate. Okay, what has been said by all three? Check mark, these boxes. Chris, Katie, and Seth have said this, right? And honestly, I'm focused more in on what Katie and Chris have to say, because every time Seth has been asked something, he's given an honest answer, in my opinion. And then if he's asked the same question in a different interview, it's the same answer, right? That's what we expect to see, is some consistency. It's not that I like Seth better, right? It really isn't. It's about who has been consistent and who has not been consistent, right? Who was on camera all night and who wasn't. Who produced receipts of the time cards and who didn't. The person that was willing to sit with Nancy Grace and the person who wasn't. And not only was that person not willing to sit with Nancy Grace, but he called her out on her own show. Name the time and place, ma'am. I'll be there. Like it was some kind of fucking challenge from a Western movie. Like barf. You know? No wonder he has to dress up like a sheriff. Because he certainly don't act like one. Yeah, we need answers. We need answers, Sandwich. I mean, and that's the thing. This poor kid is out there. He's out there. Yeah, consistencies and answers across the board. That's it too. You know? Well, people have alleged that someone might have been in the back seat. Yeah, social butterfly. We don't know. The neighbor friend could have been there sitting on the couch, in my opinion. Hope we find out someday, in my opinion. Yeah, me too, Gina. Yeah, she could have been there. You know? Yeah, it was a bang sandwich, and I'm like, why did it turn into a bang? Like that is messed up. You know? And that was from Detective Carter. Like Katie didn't even say that ever. He did. But he was quoting Katie in the FBI release. Why isn't Katie flying down to talk to him? I would be. I'd be like, what are you talking? What are you trying to get me killed? I really would. I'd be banging down his door for that one. I'd have been like, are you trying to get me hurt? Because you got everybody and their mother now thinking that there was a bang. Thanks a heap. But she doesn't care. No big deal. So she must have told him that, I guess. I don't know. We never will know because they can't get their story right. Not even law enforcement. That's the kicker. But when Bobby put out first what seen on camera from the neighbors was 100%, but someone has got to Bobby and trying to shush her. Well, of course, because her kids were getting threatened, you know? Her kids were getting threatened. And I mean, to me, I don't know. I might try to, a little bit of self-preservation too. We don't know what kind of mindset Bobby was in. She seemed pretty happy-go-lucky during the interview, phone call. But we don't know what her mindset was. You know, I know this is nitpicking, but the definition of bang compared to thud is very different. So which is it? No, I don't think it is nitpicking because I'd be pissed at Carter for putting that out. I would be. I'd say you need to change it, bro, because like you're making me look horrible. For one, I've told these people it was a noise to begin with. Then I got nervous on Nancy Grace and I called it a thud, or she got nervous and told the truth. Right? We don't know which one. We weren't there. Social butterfly, you think that CP likes to smoke grass? I don't know if he does. I don't know. I don't know. I could not confirm or deny that. Backseat, Melissa stated on Facebook. Yeah, she said that Sebastian might have gotten into the backseat of someone's car and fallen asleep, and then and then the person didn't realize it and drove to work, and then Sebastian's still in the car. But the problem with that theory is if that was the case, then it would have been a hallelujah moment. Everybody would have found Sebastian. He would have been okay. And Katie could have done what she should have done if he was an eloper or had a history of running, is you put alarms on the doors. It's like if you have someone who has Alzheimer's and they like to wander. If you know your child wanders around or elopes, you take the necessary precautions because heaven forbid they hurt themselves. But, guys, I don't think that Sebastian had that history. And I also don't think Sebastian was that type of a kid that would just wander off. He seems like he is the type of kid that likes to prepare for things, that likes to plan for things. And I do believe that he gets that from Seth, right? He's a planner. He's a planner. He doesn't like to just fly by the seat of his pants because that causes him to have anxiety. I'm like that too. I like to have a list or I get anxious. And so in order for me to kind of quell some of that, right, and curb my anxiety, I do things in order for me to feel better, which is making a list of things. Okay, I'm going to need this. I'm going to need this. Some people will pack their bags 2 days before they travel. If I'm going to get on a plane or something like that, you best believe I have everything laid out and everything ready and it's, good a couple days before. It's not thrown together at the last minute. No way. I'm thinking about it. I'm planning it. I don't just do that because it causes me anxiety. And I think Sebastian's that way. That's why I don't think he just walked off with no shoes or nothing. Look, guys, the FBI release said that he left his phone and his money on the dining room table. What? Seth specifically stated that when he came in, he noticed that Sebastian's phone was on the charger, sitting on the counter, and all of his shoes were by the door. Katie says none of his shoes were missing. He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes were missing. She didn't say his phone was left on the dining room counter excuse me, his phone was left on the dining room table with his money. And who leaves stray money on the dining room table? No, you have a wallet or a billfold. Didn't Kay say she heard a thud on Nancy Grace? Yeah, she changed it to the thud sandwich. She changed it to the thud. You know, and that's why we can't listen to anything she says and take it for anything, especially when we find out she only spent 10 minutes at the bowling alley. So the truth changes like 50 times. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Josh, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Aw, so glad you're here. Yeah, so I mean, what it really comes down to, guys, is we've not been able to establish a timeline. You know, I wanted to get together with some creators too, and go over like, all right, you know, what do you think happened in the beginning? Let's compare notes. Let's go over it. But here's the thing: we've been really, you know, thrown for a loop here. Hey, Cecilia. Good morning. We've been thrown for a loop here, right? Because now all of a sudden, we don't only have a couple hours accounted for, unaccounted for, and then we have, you know, the 12 to 6 hours that are unaccounted for, but even some people could argue, oh, well, that's when they were sleeping. But still, we're completely back at square one, in my opinion, and we have no idea what any of the stuff that we've come to believe or know as to be some semblance of the truth is even true at all. God only knows if they ate spaghetti pancakes or if she didn't pull them out of bed and said, "Let's go, we got to pick up, you know, the family." We don't know. We didn't see any footage from BJ's. Were they even there? We don't know. We're just operating off of what we've been told by Katie, which has turned out to be a lot of lies, unfortunately. Yeah, sandwich. I think that's a good idea too. I think we have to talk through each path thoroughly with the info we have. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that might be the only way that we can kind of figure things out, but there's still so many gaps in time. You know, one thing I'm grateful for is at least we know that Sebastian left the restaurant at about 6:45, give or take. Cecilia one thinks it's a cover up. Yeah, it very well could be. It very well could be because it does seem like people covering their, you know, behinds left and right. But I mean, any parent out there that doesn't know where their child is going to continue to look, and they're usually, especially at the 18-month mark, are not very happy with law enforcement if they haven't found their child, right? If they truly don't know where the child is. But we see Katie and Chris. Now Katie didn't look happy, guys. I mean, I'm not going to throw stones at her when, you know, I can clearly see right here. She, you know, if she's smiling really big, you know, then I'd be like, well, damn, Katie. But I mean, she does. She looks stressed, guys. She does look stressed. And, you know, Chris looks like the asshole that he is. Oh, geez. But, you know, I mean, I'm not, you know, it's just, it is what it is. Yeah, she did a heck of a lot of things that day, didn't she? And she was packing that day full of activities. But you know, it just seems like she wanted to be on camera, you know? Like, okay, well, how many places can we go to and say, see, we were here, we were here? That's highly suspicious. Yeah, absolutely, social butterfly. I've been working on one I've been working on it, you know, and there's just so much. I really wanna see what we figure out in terms of a context for a timeline on the, um video for the bowling alley, right? If she was only there for 10 minutes, what time did she get there? Did she go straight away to Texas Roadhouse from there, which would have been 10 minutes, 9 when you Google it. But I mean, just allow for another minute, 9 minutes, or excuse me, 10 minutes. So, and that's the problem, I know, Cecilia, see that I feel that because I only have one too. And I just can't imagine. And I know, like, only children, they get everything right. Because nobody else nobody has to share, right? But I mean, it's so sad, like, just to know that she's not out there looking for him. She's not wearing a shirt for him. She's not. I mean, I'd be down there mad as hell at Carter, I'll tell you what. All right, guys. Well, I better hop off here. I can't believe I've been on here for 5.5 hours, but I've enjoyed our conversation. Again, guys, I know that we had someone come into the chat tonight that maybe isn't, someone we're used to seeing, but I really appreciate you guys being kind and, um, you know, just the way it was handled. So I appreciate you guys a lot. And I think if we keep moving forward, we're going to have to deal with some tough situations that make us feel uncomfortable, but I think it'll help us grow too. So yeah, that's true, Rosebud. One thing's for sure, if she was never hyper focused on her surroundings before, she is now. Yeah, well, she should be. I would be. I'd be like high alert. So yes, absolutely, Gina. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. We just ended up getting into a whole uh a whole other conversation, but a good one. So I appreciate you guys all for being here. You guys I know, Rachel. Crazy, right? But no, it's a good thing though. We had a good conversation. You know, and I am not using the bathroom. That is the Keurig, just so everybody knows. That that's a heaping hot coffee coming your way. Oh god, it's 5 in the morning here. I'm Eastern time, so all right, you guys. I will be on tomorrow, probably in the afternoon, and I will see all of you guys then.